not showing up. It would show up. It was just not showing up.
Wow, that is incredible. So I just checked. It only lasted 3 minutes. I was streaming for fucking hours, and it only lasted 3 minutes. What a fucking nightmare. Holy shit. So I'm gonna have to look at that stream and see what you missed, just so I can fill in those blanks. I think one of the better things that I can do here is to running at all points in time, so that I can occasionally glance over and see that I'm just a little bit behind. Once I ensure that the mic is working, then I think that might be the best thing to do. But you might have remembered that at the end of the day, I said today was the last day that I was going to have the internet hotspot that I borrowed from the local library. And that was true. I had to give back my internet hotspot to the local library, where I borrowed it from. And then afterwards, but there's also several in the back, so you can borrow it again right now. So I did. So now I have another, I don't know, like 2 weeks with this thing. So I don't know whether or not you got the end of the I don't know whether or not you got the end of that oil mission number 13. I don't know whether or not you got the end of that. So I might have to go back and show you that. Right now I'm doing the Africa run. Remember, there's always two different maps for this game. One is Africa, the other is Afghanistan. And we did the Afghanistan run, remember? With the Afghanistan run, we ran from every single outpost to every other outpost. Ran to every single guard check. And it's boring. It's probably one of the more boring things that you can do, but you only have to do it once. And that leads to a lot of good things. There's a lot that you can do whenever you go ahead and get this out of the way, as soon as you can. First and foremost, taking over each and every outpost and guard check and stuff like that is a fantastic way to learn how to play the game. So if you really have no clue, then by the time that you get done grabbing each one of these, then hopefully you'll be a little bit better versed in all of this. But each and every individual he's coming too. Roger that. Mission can be made easier by the use of going ahead of but there's a lot that you can do. So like if you're having trouble with a mission, for example, one of the things, and if you want to make sure that you've fucked up absolutely everything and everything's going to be as difficult for them as possible and as easy as possible for you, if that's what you are trying to guarantee,
the support unit just isn't skilled enough. If you want to increase the success,
then you can go ahead and go into free roam mode, fuck up that entire outpost,
looks like that fall killed him.
and then start the mission from free roam mode. So that is one of your options. Of course, you can also send dispatch missions. We're not sending dispatch missions to anywhere because they have the possibility that bad things can happen to the people on the dispatch missions. Now, quiet down for a second.
His 6-year-old daughter had the good sense to hide in the bathroom, but reports suggest he lured her out by telling her it was just a game. The girl was found shot once in the chest from point-blank range. The mother, who was shot...
So, yes, that is the radio broadcast from the PlayStation 4 exclusive PT, otherwise known as Playable Teaser, otherwise known as Silent Hills. The game that Hideo Kojima was going to
Subject on board.
use. He was going to revive the Silent Hill series with this, and in one singular fell swoop, without the permission of White or Konami or anything. Hideo Kojima gone ahead and revolutionized the world of survival horror forever. Resident Evil 7 wouldn't be the way that it is. There's plenty of other inspired works that all came from Silent Hills. I have yet to play Playable Teaser. I have yet to play PT. I've watched plenty of other people do it, but I don't have the money to shell out for, you know, an entire PlayStation 4 that happens to have PT on it. Because that's the only way to get your hands on it. Because even those who went ahead and downloaded it, they took it off of the PlayStation Store. So there's like no way to get your hands on it, and it revolutionized the entirety of the survival horror genre with one singular game. So it's a shame, but also if you look at it from Konami's perspective, it's kind of a dick move. I know, people like to paint Konami as the bad guy in the situation, and they are. But at the end of the day, what would you do? Let's say you're Konami, right? And you've got this employee, Hideo Kojima. Maybe this is too obscure and abstract for you to imagine. So instead of Hideo Kojima being a video game director, why don't you instead pretend he's your gardener, or your babysitter who's going to watch your kid, or even a pet sitter or something like that. Konami spent millions and millions of dollars on this game, knowing that they were going to have to do something absolutely incredible just to break even, much less make any money on this new Metal Gear title. And he was, in the meantime, spending an exorbitant amount of time, an exorbitant amount of cash, all to try and make something that's going to at least give him a return on effort. In the meantime, every single time that Konami invests in even one singular pachinko machine, they make all of the money that Metal Gear Solid 5 made, and then some. They make tons and tons. They make money hand over fist. So imagine if a pachinko machine costs $100, then they're getting an ROI, a return on that investment, in days. They get their $100 back in days. And in weeks, they've doubled or tripled their money. In months, they've, got 10 times their money back or more. But in the meantime, this Metal Gear Solid V thing that Hideo Kojima is working on, like, if anything, it's going to barely break even. If it's going to make money, it's not going to make that much money. It never has. And why would it suddenly start? It makes no sense. So they try to ham-fist the mother base coins into here and stuff like that. These mobile game things that they ham-fist into Metal Gear Solid V just to try to get some more money out of this title. And still, it hasn't made barely anything compared to their pachinko machines or anything like that. I mean, like, look at it from their perspective, literally. Just like, what the hell would you do? You've got this guy who's like burning a huge hole in your pocket. I know, it's hard because Konami had plenty of money. And so it's hard to imagine being so unfathomably wealthy and still, like, deciding to get rid of a small property just because it's not going to make return on investment. But it's their job to make money. That's it. Without the money, Metal Gear doesn't exist. The pachinko machines don't exist. Konami doesn't exist. Hideo Kojima doesn't exist. Without the money, none of this matters. So they're still the bad guy. Because there's something that's more important than raw cash. Because they can afford to make masterpieces like the Metal Gear series. And they are deciding not to. They're deciding instead to go with pachinko machines.
Subject on board.
At the end of the day, there's a difference between, something that's going to make you money now and the legacy that Metal Gear as a series. So plenty of people have joined the military, plenty of people have lost their lives because of Metal Gear. And this is so common, even some of the smartest people in the world who are paid to be intellectual acknowledge the importance of this sort of science fiction. There was this little girl in one of his interviews that came up and asked Neil deGrasse Tyson, why don't we just put robots in space? It would be a hell of a lot cheaper and safer for everybody involved if the only thing that we put in space was robots. And he said, because robots do not inspire people. It's like if I took a video cassette player and I put it up in space, You see how useful it is to just stand outside and have these people scream bloody murder? Like, everybody inside, they'll come to me. Starting to get the usefulness of the strat. Even with the 2 new guards that just showed up in the truck outside. They're still gonna come to me. Take notes, young Padawan. Soon you will be as great of a Metal Gear Solid V player as me. And once that happens, you too will wonder whether or not it's even fucking worth it to continue to draw a breath. Like I said, I'm going to, in previous broadcasts, I said that I am definitely going to start working with the USO Gaming to see whether or not I can do something charitable for the USO with this whole, you know, streaming thing that I'm doing. Like right now, broadcasting, to use the terminology that YouTube uses. It says 0% because there's this thing. There's a roof over his head. And that is not good for balloons. Believe it or not, balloons do not like the roof. It's one of their least favorite things. So, I will do that, but I can't, like, do that all at once. First, I'm gonna have to, like, send them an email. They're gonna have to, like, send me an email back. We're gonna have to, like, start to work together on stuff. I'm going to, you know, if it's a strictly Twitch thing, then we might have to move to a different platform and stuff like that. And one of the things that I liked whenever it came to YouTube is, first off, all of my ride or die people are here, but also the VODs are automatically saved.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
The old VOD Mute channel. Playing the VOD Mute song. So the VODs are automatically recorded. So this content will continue to be content and continue to have the possibility of one day catching on with some niche audience, and I may get money from advertisers. Each and every video that I make here is an investment into my future. And also, you know, hopefully it does something for the wider world. Hopefully some people get something out of it. Whereas with Twitch does not automatically do that. Or at least it didn't whenever I was first sort of researching this as an option. So like I said, if you take, you know, if you take the view of if you take the view of Konami, it becomes very understandable that they had to let Hideo Kojima go. But like I said, they're still the bad guys in this scenario because if all you gave a shit about was money, if that was like your sole reason to like live and exist, then you would have money. And actually, like, you wouldn't, that's not even a guaranteed part of this whole equation. If all you gave a shit about was money, then you might have money. You percent of the world's wealth, the possibility that you're going to get money is quite low to begin with. Now, Konami, they don't have this problem. They are getting money. That much is damn sure. They're making a lot of money off of their pachinko machines. But what about leaving a legacy? What about changing a life? There are a ton of videos on YouTube from people who are claiming, facetiously or not, but they are claiming that that the Silent Hill series, in one way or another, saved their lives. I myself, I started playing Silent Hill games with Silent Hill 2, and that was instrumental in me being able to heal the wounds of a past relationship that I'd had to that point. I had a fiance before I joined the Navy active duty, and I made a decision that I was going to put the way I'd been treated first. That the people that I was going to spend my life with, spend my time with, they needed to be of a certain caliber. That they needed, at the very least, to do one simple thing, to treat me the way that they would like to be treated. It is a very, very simple thing to ask, and it prevents me from, you know, hurting them, and it prevents them from hurting me. I made that decision then and there, and because of that, I broke it off with her. So the entire relationship between James and his late wife Mary within Silent Hill 2, having that whole thing where you love to hate somebody, where you hate to love somebody, it's so deep and realistic, where most other characters in all forms of media and Hollywood and everything of the sort, most characters are so flat, and annoyingly so. It's like, you know, as a man in general, like, you're not supposed to talk about your feelings, right? That's in the bro code. Men are allowed to have two feelings, happiness and anger. And that's about it. And even happiness, you kind of got to watch it. You see that shit? So as you saw, I held up the first guy, and then I tried to steal the rifle from the second guy because he had gone on alert. It was already, he had already decided that he was not going to get held up. But instead, Snake reached for the first guy that had already given up his weapon. And before the guy could give up his weapon and drop it on the ground, he stole it from him. And then intimidated him with his own weapon.
He's coming too.
But he wasn't the one that I was aiming for. And I thought I was closer to the other one, so I don't know what happened there, but I did as best as I could. Playing the VOD mute music. So the big thing is, like, let's say that, let's say you're a parent. Let's say you have kids. If you had kids, and you cared about money, then you get rid of the kids, right? Whenever you are spending all of your money and time investing in these pachinko machines, it's more than just what it is. Pachinko machines are gambling. You can say that they aren't. You can say that they're skill-based. You can take a couple of niche people and say, look, this person who spent an inordinate amount of time doing pachinko, he can reasonably consistently get, you know, profit results from it. And it only cost him like, you know, $130,000 to get that skilled. You can try to make that argument, but you're not going to get rid of the facts of the matter, and that is that pachinko is gambling. It just is. Cry about it all you like, but pachinko machines are gambling. And so what are gamblers? Gamblers are addicts. They are addicted to gambling. So if you were the child of, if your dad had decided that he was going to pull more money into the house, maybe to pay for your future, maybe to pay for whatever, and sure, he might be on occasion spending a little bit of money on himself, buying an Aston Martin or something like that, but he decides to quit whatever the hell he's doing, and he instead decides to dump all of his money into a gambling parlor where people are repeatedly getting their lives ruined. That would affect the way that you think about your father, wouldn't it? Even with all of this, like, I'm doing this for you, even with all of this, like, the money is going to buy you a college education and an Ivy League school, it's keeping us out of bad neighborhoods, it's keeping us safe. Even with all of that, you're still not going to be looking very favorably upon your father. Because essentially, he's saying, well, I don't give a shit what happens to all these other people, and whether or not they're parents, and whether or not they're dads, I'm going to get them hooked on this gambling thing, and then that's the way that we're going to be making money. Like I said, it's fairly simple and easy to understand why someone would decide that. It's fairly simple and easy to understand why somebody would, I think these are okapi.
An okapi?
Yeah.
They're only found in the wild in one stretch of Zaire. Today must be your lucky day, boss.
I did catch it on one of the broadcasts, but I mentioned on one of the earlier broadcasts that Miller tells you that you're there's an environmental, non-governmental organization that pays you to get animals out of war zones. So doing so gives you lots of heroism points, which the more heroism points that you have, the more people are going to volunteer to join the Mother Base. And the more people that volunteer to join the Mother Base, the less you have to go out and find soldiers on your own, because they'll just come to you. And so it just saves you a lot of work and everything. There's even a glitch in the... We just went past the Kuganga mine area a little while back. No, we just went past the Lufwa Valley area a little while back, and in that valley is an industrial complex that becomes known to the locals as Nzoya Badia de Bulu, which translates to the Devil's House. So we have a mission later on where we go ahead and we travel to this Devil House thing. And during that mission, there's a glitch that you can take advantage of, where if you shoot one rat and then the other, then you can just collect whichever rat is left. You can collect the rat that's left. It very specifically has to be one rat and not the other. So that was much more right and proper, but still, I wanted to hold them both up. Only so much I can do, though.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. He's coming too. Roger that.
I knew he was going to stand there like an idiot and take aim at that golden recovery balloon. So I decided to use that opportunity to go ahead and give him the opportunity to take a nap.
Looks like that fall killed him. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
So within that mission in the Devil's House, if you tranquilize if you tranquilize the correct of two different rats, and then try to tranquilize the other one, either the first one or the second one, tranquilized over and over and over again, and collect a lot of heroism points. There's a cap on it. There's an amount of heroism points that it'll be like, that'll be enough, and it won't let you collect any more from that particular trick. But I'm pretty sure that if you do it even just once, then that'll be enough to take you from like all the way evil snake to something where it's really, that guy's wearing a helmet. Alrighty. So I should be able to lure over these two guys, maybe.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. He's coming too. Roger that.
This guy doesn't know what to do. They're not coming forth because they're in reaction to an explosion mode. Now they're sending one guy to investigate, and there should be another guy who's going to investigate within this whole mess. Usually it's a team of two, so maybe it's that guy down there. Not gonna matter super soon.
Roger that.
Alle skaders, dit is CP. Stel dat zijn afgevallen. Lijkt zoals een probleem met die krachtbron. Die ook al die naaste is gaan kijken naar die krachtstelsel.
Now it's daytime. He's reporting on the damage to the equipment that he doesn't know about because he hasn't seen the light box yet with all the bolt holes on it. We'll forgive him for this little transgression. Looks like somebody over yonder is coming to investigate, maybe.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Might be a fairly simple and easy thing. Alright.
You gotta extract him.
Okay. So going around and getting all these box teleportation points, that's another thing that's going to make future missions easier. So the three things that's going to make future missions a lot easier on you. One is to send out the dispatch missions that prevent these guards from having gas masks and helmets and body armor and stuff like that, and shotguns and machine guns and all the things that make your life a little bit harder. You can get rid of those. Of death, there's always a possibility that our guys are going to bite the dust,
The chopper will be able to get in close
and
now.
we are trying to keep
Designate a landing zone near the outpost.
the diamond dogs as safe as humanly possible. of these places has a...
You gonna extract him?
One of these places has a communication equipment in it. It's going to cut off all of their communication. Also, we'll shoot any satellites that I see. Okay. Whoever's left in this outpost is so far away he can't hear gunshots. Because that gunshot did not interrupt his all-clear radio call that he just made. So, did I... I was looking for the explosive barrel that's usually over yonder. Seeing whether or not I shot it already. Because if he's too far away to hear gunshots, maybe he's still close enough to hear explosions. So hopefully wherever he is, he heard that. This is a diamond mine. Okay. I guess the last guy left was actually a visitor. One of the patrolling guards. So since he was just a visitor, that sound that we heard, that sounded like a truck driving away, probably was a truck driving away. It probably had him and another person on it. That's my best guess, anyway. Either way, we're out of here. So you can send out dudes on dispatch missions and wait a little while, and they will make sure that the enemy doesn't have helmets, or they don't have body armor, or machine guns, or shotguns, or whatever. That's one way to make a mission a little bit easier on you. Another way of doing that is to go out there and destroy the outposts that you're about to interact with in the mission. So to do things like this, where I'm going to blow open this gate, and that's going to make it easier. I don't have to lockpick that thing. I can just go through that big hole I just made. So blowing up that gate, that would make any mission involving that mine a lot easier. Now for stuff like that, normally the only thing that the game really remembers is I think those are African wild dogs.
The jackal. Is that a side-striped jackal? Jackals are closely related to dogs and wolves, so much so that they can interbreed with them. In fact, the Soviets are trying to create new species by crossing them with other animals.
That's some World War II shit. I can't believe that they would still be doing that in 1984. Remember how Stalin tried to make a race of crazy monkey men? Because he did. That's a real thing that happened. He tried to crossbreed like gorillas and humans to create the perfect soldier or whatever. They could leap tall buildings with a single bound and rip a man in half with very little effort. That's real. You can look that up. I'm not fucking with you. That's what Stalin tried to do in World War II. Other people were doing a lot of weird shit in that war. But I didn't know that they were still crossbreeding species in 1984. I'd have to look that up. Personally, I think that the only reason that they put this in here, put that jackal in there, is because in Metal Gear Solid 1, Liquid Snake tells Gray Fox that he used to hunt jackals. And he says, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. Which I think is the same reason why they almost exclusively have crows flying around. Crows that they claim are ravens. Okay, so that guy should get off of the guard tower to come investigate all the screaming. Yep.
Subject on board.
So we don't have to come pull him down.
You got to extract him.
Damn it. One guy went way down there. Did you see him? He went that way somewhere. I'm hoping that he heard that explosion, but there's no guarantee. He is so far away that... Yeah, there he is. See him? He's so far away that D-Dog is having a hard time detecting his scent.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
So you can do dispatch missions. Most of the time, the game remembers whether or not you have taken out the communications equipment in any given outpost. It remembers whether or not you've taken out the power in any given outpost, and those are the two things that it likes to remember. The things that it doesn't like to remember are whether or not you've blown the gates off of a particular fence or something like that. That's what the game likes to forget. So if you don't want the game to forget stuff like that, like if you're in free roam mode and we are trying to get rid of this outpost, the fact that I just blew up that trash can fire, the game isn't going to remember that. If I go back to the aerial command center, if I go back to the helicopter and I redeploy, the game is not likely to remember that I just blew up that trash can fire. But if I'm in free roam and then I start a mission involving this particular guard post, then since I'm right there, the game will remember that I blew up that trash can fire. Now, of course, everything else is going to start normally within the mission. So, of course, they'll respawn all these guards even if I've kidnapped everybody. So you can't just breeze through a mission because you've already taken out everybody. Still got to do your due diligence, but you can make things a lot easier on you. Dispatch missions, fucking up the place beforehand before you start a mission. And the third thing is to take the time out to collect these little box teleportation points, because it really helps you to get an S rank. You know, a lot of Super Bunny Hop said the S must stand for speed, because there wasn't a lot of other stuff that kept him from getting the S rank whenever that's what he wanted. Well, he was 100%ing this game. Okay, so we have a non-Euclidean mortar tube here. Okay. Just gonna have to shoot it since it doesn't have collision detection with our vehicle. We're not on the road, are we? No, we are not. We better get up there on the road. Follow it down to the next guard post. And if I had the Fulton upgrade for containers and vehicles, then I would be collecting containers and vehicles while I'm at it, while I'm out here doing all this. So one of the things that I struggle with is, you know, a lot of the stuff that's my own fault. During one of the prior broadcasts involving Ground Zeroes, what the hell? How did you see me? That's bullshit. You're not supposed to be able to see through smoke. Which is why I throw a smoke grenade. Maybe I can get this a little bit closer to... the guard tower. That way he won't jump into the guard tower. Okie dokie. Wow, that's... These level 1 smoke grenades do not last very long.
He's coming too. Roger that.
He slammed into that soft fabric tent pretty hard. So hard it knocked him out. So the big thing is that the big problem with Konami that continues to make them a bad guy, even though they're fairly I know I just changed subjects again. I'm doing the best I can. But the thing that makes them a bad guy is the fact that, you know, first off, they're creating addicts. They don't give a shit what happens to these gamblers that are using their pachinko machines. You know, they're destroying lives with gambling, which is definitely a vice. It is a voluntary tax on the poor, these sorts of things. So there's a very clear thing where they are not treating other people the way that they'd like to be treated. That already, all by itself, can make them a bad guy. That's all that's needed to make them a bad guy. Like I said, just that principle, treat other people the way you'd like to be treated. Just that principle can prevent war from happening. It can prevent physical injuries. you know, outside of accidental ones. You know, it can prevent all manner of abuse. It can prevent all manner of assault of any type. Just treating other people the way you'd like to be treated can be enough to prevent all of these different things. It's not 100% foolproof, but it can do the job the vast majority of the time. It can be enough. 204-863 was something that they repeatedly chanted on the radio in Silent Hills, or PT, the playable teaser, exclusive to PlayStation 4. So essentially, you know, Konami is they're not, you know, sure, they're not treating other people the way they'd like to be treated, but they're also giving people advice. They're giving people advice. They're giving people, you know, getting people addicted to something that's, you know, that has like a 99% chance of destroying their life, and and then he decided to become a drug dealer because it made more money. Like, he knows that's, you know, destroying lives. He's getting into that, you know, business because it destroys lives, because that life destruction is something that he can profit off of. So Konami, make no mistake, they are still the bad guys in this story between them and Hideo Kojima. But what makes it particularly tragic, all of this, is the fact that Konami used to be a company that gave a shit about artistic integrity, and as a result, they were able to change lives, save lives, and even lead to people taking their own lives and saving others. Like I said, I am far from the only one that that got inspired to join the military because of the Metal Gear series, and I credit that with changing my life. So somebody goes into the military and then jumps on a grenade and everything, and they end up saving the lives of a lot of other people, all because of Metal Gear, then that's important. That's about leaving a legacy. That has nothing to do with cash. Now you might say, well, I don't give a shit about leaving a legacy or anything like that. All I want is money. And so I'm really with Konami on this, you know, and everything. Like, that's not fulfilling. It's also not conducive to a good life for you. You might think that, you know, make as much money as you possibly can for you. You know, buy a good life for the people that you know, proclaim to care about. And at the very least, you'll have that. And all of this sort of wishy-washy morality arguments, they can be damned, right? But the fact of the matter is that this doesn't even benefit you in the long run. It's a short-sighted approach to everything. The late great Dr. Stephen Covey used to say that people have 4 great needs: to live, to learn, to love, and to lead a legacy. So those 4 great needs drove pretty much all human behavior. And they were very important. To live, to learn, to love, and to lead a legacy. Now we know that things like learning, lifelong learning, can stave off dementia and stuff like that. So, right there, what are you learning if you are doing nothing but pushing out more and more pachinko machines? Yes, you're destroying the lives of the people involved in that process. So there's a little bit of consumer advocacy that's not taking place here that somebody could make a great argument for. But also, you're not getting the benefit of learning anything because all you're doing is doing the pachinko thing over and over and over again. You're not learning. And because you're not learning, you're thus far more susceptible to these sort of, dementia and stuff like that. You're taking away that learn thing. Okay, so what else? To love. Well, you absolutely do not give a shit about your, you absolutely do not give a shit about these people that you're getting hooked on gambling. So, you're not loving. And because of this, you're not loving what you're doing. People don't love what they do simply because they make money doing it. If people love what they do simply because they make money doing it, then there would be a lot more people who would simply prostitute themselves. After all, people tend to enjoy sex, and, being paid for it, that might be a fairly easy thing to do. I often have to walk people through the process of realizing that, they're most people have a default anti-prostitution stance. And I have to walk people through the fact that their default anti-prostitution stance is actually a little bit of a nothing burger. There's nothing backing it. Like every day, maybe even multiple times a day, your average American might take a shower or two. So you're taking your clothes off to take this shower. So you're getting naked. So what part of getting naked for other people, what part of being a stripper is the bad part? Is it the camera that makes the situation evil in your eyes? Is it the money? Because if it's the money, then why don't you consider work in general to be evil? Why don't you consider it evil to be a dentist, or evil to be a doctor, or evil to work at Walmart, or, KFC or something? If it's the money itself that's evil, then why aren't you spreading that hatred and contempt around as evenly as you can? So at least I got that, so I know that I was there. And I'm pretty sure that I know that I was there, that was at the beginning of this broadcast, and I got that. But I don't know. I don't know because I didn't pick anything up while I was there. See how much of a pain that is? So anyway, and same with that. So I might as well visit it. We'll try to take the shortcut. Normally, until a certain mission, that shortcut's all clogged up, but we'll try. We got time, why not? So, believe it or not, this rain does not count as a shower, by the way. So, after 3 days out in the field, Snake will start to get stinky, and his hand will shake while he's holding a weapon a lot more than it normally does, and you'll need a shower. And that will happen whether or not you encounter water while you're out in the field. Standing outside while it rains does not count as a shower, believe it or not. But the funny thing is that in one of the earlier broadcasts involving Ground Zeroes, my coworker Warber, he popped in, and he was my former coworker from whenever I was stationed in Korea. And he had this big thing. He had this obsession. There were these two guys that worked in Korea with us. So these two civilian contractors, and their job as civilian contractors, I gotta collect something there too, right? Or else I don't know if I've been there or not. I keep making this mistake over and over again. So there were these two civilian contractors that worked with us in Korea, and their job was to check this sort of chemical detection overlay sort of thing. And so they would go and they would check this thing a few times a night, and that was it. 12-hour shifts. They would just sit out there a few times a night. They'd go ahead and check this thing, make sure that it's still working. And they would tell us, like, hey, you know, they'd get on the radio. They'd say, like, hey, you know, we're informing military police dispatch here that, you know, we're going to check on this chemical overlay, and we're supposed to give them about 20 minutes or so to do that, maybe even 30 minutes. And then if we don't hear back from them, then the presumption is that the chemical overlay has been tampered with in some way, shape, or form, and something bad has happened to them, which means that we need to evacuate the entire base because some sort of harmful chemical has made its way onto our military base. So that was the protocol. But my good old buddy and former coworker Warber, he was obsessed with this. He said, you know, that's the dream job. They would just sit there all day, all night, you know, doing nothing but watching TV and stuff like that. It's like, that's the dream job, to get paid to do basically nothing. And if you die, you die, you know? It's whatever. Who cares? So that's the dream job. The thing is, they were bored out of their minds. Now, like I've said before in a previous podcast, we absolutely have the scientific proof that boredom is the feeling that human beings will avoid at the sharp exception of all others. There was a study where they took away people's phones and stuff like that and had them sit in a room for about 20 minutes thinking that they're waiting to do something else. And they said, hey, you know, we're doing something else with this room, and we've got this button in the middle of the room, and if you push that button, it's going to shock you. So at the very least, just stay away from the button, because if you push it, it's going to shock you. I said, okay. And sure enough, you know, most people would eventually, while they're bored in that room, they would eventually go ahead and push that button, and it would shock them. But the funny thing is that if you let them in there for long enough, they'd push the button again. They prefer pain over boredom. And the really shocking part is that like one of the people who was participating in this study pushed that button like something ridiculous, like 130 times or 150 times or something within like a span of 30 minutes. So boredom is the feeling that we human beings avoid more. It's the feeling that we don't like more than any other feeling is boredom. We hate boredom. And yet, my old coworker Warber, he was insistent. Oh my God, you know, it's the dream job to be one of those guys that used to check on the chemical things whenever we were in Korea. That's That's the dream job. You get to sit there and do nothing. You get to sit there and be bored. And they would always complain about being bored. It's the thing. We have the scientific proof. It's the thing that people hate more than anything else, is to be bored. And maybe there's, you know, whenever I explain this to people, you know, I'm often like, you know, it's almost like people forget being bored as teenagers. And some people out there, they didn't get a chance to be bored as teenagers. They were recruited into child soldiers' armies and stuff like that. And I know that that's horrible, but it's true. Sometimes it happens. So they didn't get a chance to be bored as teenagers. But for the rest of us, you know, for those who are living in fully developed countries and everything, often being bored as a teenager is just part of the experience. And they will. I had two other friends in high school. They both had the exact same thing. You know, one of them was my buddy Joe, who I went through the delayed enlistment program with. And he was the one that I talked about in a previous broadcast. He was the one that was insistent that he was going to do IT. Because that was an easy job. And what happens whenever you choose an easy job? You remember class? Fairly simple, right? In Dr. Mihai Csikszentmihalyi's book, Flow, The Psychology of Optimal Experience, he, you know, made that connection. If the task that you are attempting to perform is too difficult, or your skill level is too low, you'll get frustrated. That's a bad feeling. We don't like to feel frustrated. But if the task that you are attempting to perform is too easy, or your skill level is too high, you'll get bored. And we know as a matter of scientific fact that boredom is the feeling that human beings will avoid at all costs, to the tune of them being in that study with that, in that room with the button that shocks you and causes you pain, and with a span of 30 minutes pushing that button like 150 damn times. It's ridiculous. People will choose pain over boredom any day of the week. Any day of the week. Any second of the day. It's the worst feeling. It's the feeling that people hate more than anything else. They can say that they hate pain, they can say that they hate all this other kind of stuff, but you can't argue with the science. And if you think like, I don't trust the science, that you can think like, I don't trust that study and all this other kind of stuff, I don't trust it. But you can see it recreated. Michael from Vsauce on YouTube, he had that YouTube Red series, Mind Field, M-I-N-D Field. And he recreated that experiment, and sure enough, it was the same shit. Not only would people press the button that they know is going to hurt them, because because they've been left alone with their thoughts and they're bored, but if you gave them enough time, they would fucking do it again. People prefer to be in pain rather than being bored. We absolutely have the 100% scientific proof of this. Being bored is the worst feeling. So whenever Joe was saying, like, I want to do IT because it's easy, he's dooming himself to a suboptimal life. If that was what he ended up doing. Now remember, Joe's story, that particular Greek tragedy was that, you know, I had chose what I considered to be an action-packed job that was going to be difficult, to be a military police. And in the reality, it just, you know, I was lucky. Let's be completely honest. It's not the fact that I had an easy job. There's plenty of people, I said this in a previous broadcast. I had a coworker in Korea. He was a little bit older than everybody else. He was He was a lot bit older than everybody else, holy shit, but he had this like 10-year break in service, and he talked about how at some point in time he was guarding a gate to some base somewhere on this planet, and somebody set off a car bomb not too far away from his position that completely knocked him off of his feet. The reason that I had a career that could be considered boring by some is because I was lucky. It was because whenever crimes occurred in my jurisdiction, I wasn't there. I was off work, I was on vacation, I was elsewhere. You know what a cop does if nobody commits any crimes? He waits and sees if anybody commits crimes. There's plenty of things he might do. He might be doing community outreach. He might be, you know, going house to house, checking on everybody. He might be patrolling and stuff like that. But if crimes aren't happening, then the one thing that you know he's not doing is, you know, doing that action-packed stuff that you see on shows like Cops. I was lucky. I was lucky to not have to do some real action-packed stuff within my career. So the great tragedy of my old friend Joe was that he chose to be in IT in the Navy because he thought it was going to be a easy position. And it was going to be an easy job. And like I said, we've got the scientific proof that I mean, we didn't have it then. I don't know when that book, Flow, The Psychology of Personal Experience, I don't know whenever Dr. Mihai Csikszentmihalyi published that book, but it wasn't something that was in our hands or anything, so we didn't have the scientific proof to make an appropriate decision or something like that. It's not his fault. But now we do. And the great tragedy was that I chose to do something that I considered to be an action-packed career that was going to, you know, involve lots of, you know, crazy stuff and might have been difficult. And he chose what he thought was going to be an easy career, and everything was going to be, you know, simple. And I had a relatively an unimpressive career while I was active duty. And in the meantime, my good old buddy Joe, first, I think, if I remember his story correctly, first he got, while he was on the ship, he got recruited into the visitor board search and seizure thing. That's whenever somebody's come too close to a United States Navy vessel, and so we send out sailors to go search their ship to make sure that they have no ill intent. One of the other things that the Navy is there for is for the security of the sea. We are securing the seaway, you know, making sure that people can get from A to B without being attacked by pirates and the like. That's supposed to be something that the United States Navy is doing. And we get paid by other countries to do that. It used to be that you could actually look up how much the United States military is being paid by the individual country. Lately, I haven't been able to see that particular information on Wikipedia, but you used to be able to look that up on Wikipedia. I'm sure that there's a way to look it up now, but I'm just not sure where. Wasn't a kill shot. I wanted to make sure he wasn't going to make it all the way up there. That would have been a pain. Absolutely shoot somebody in the leg if they're going to be a pain in my ass.
He's coming too. Roger that. their anti-air radar? It wasn't one of the targets. And that's put a hole
So
in their
first,
air
my old buddy Joe was on the ship, and he, if I remember his story correctly, he got recruited into visitor board search and seizure, so that's more of an action-packed role. So he drew the short straw there. And then at some point in time, they, you know, put him from where he was and had him assigned to a riverine squadron. So that's mudwater Navy. That's shallow water, high-speed boats, action-packed stuff. One of the things that I really wanted to do before I was active duty was the riverines. So I wanted to have this like action-packed career, but it just didn't happen. It's not like things didn't happen around me. There was a while I was in Korea, there was at some point in time there was a CB, and I used to think that CB meant like the letter C and the letter B. But no, it's C-S-E-A-B-E-E.
He's coming too. Roger that.
There was a CB who was a, he worked in the transport department, if I remember correctly. And as a result of his actions, he didn't get along with all the rest of the CBs. So at some point in time, the whole thing came to a head, and there was a brawl inside the base that I was at in South Korea, Cheonhae, South Korea. I was stationed at the time. So, thing was, I was nowhere near the brawl. I wasn't on patrol whenever that happened, so I didn't have to break up the fight or anything like that. None of that happened whenever I was there. So I didn't, like, did my presence there, you know, prevent, you know, military crime from happening? Did I deter, you know, terrorist or something by being a hard target, the kind of stuff that they tried to convince us of at the time? I have no idea. We also had a guy that during ship support week not ship support week, International Fleet Week, we had a guy that got into this big kind of brawl and had to be carried out by about 9 of our military police guys, and I wasn't one of them. I was covering the other half of Texas Street at the time in Busan, South Korea, so that was that. I wasn't there.
He's coming too. Roger that.
I was just lucky. And I always considered myself lucky because there was times when you know, somebody would try to do the gotcha moment where they would try to like sneak up on you and say like, haha, you know, I'm just training, but you know, if this was a real scenario, I would have gotcha. And every time that happened, there was that fight, flight, or freeze moment in human nature. And I froze. I froze every time. So you remember how, if you ever watch the HBO series Band of Brothers, there was that officer in training, the guy that was played by Ross from Friends, and he was a hell of a trainer, but whenever it came to his field exercises, he often froze and he didn't know what to do. And there was a couple of his men that like threatens to leave the United States military and all this kind of stuff, and like their head commander like stripped them of rank and did all this nonsense in retaliation for their subordinate stuff. Like that was real stuff that happened in World War II because they were afraid that this guy was going to get them killed. So with this like fight, flight, freeze thing that I would do over and over again, where I would constantly like freeze whenever there was like a training situation and I didn't know what to do, that scares me. You know, that makes me think that maybe, you know, maybe it's not just lucky for me to not have had an action-packed career, but it's lucky for everybody around me that I didn't, you know, I wasn't called upon to do something heroic and impressive because I might not have been up to the task. So it's very lucky. It's just luck. And you can't rely on luck. There's nothing that you can do to increase luck. No amount of four-leaf clovers and stuff like that. It's going to help you out whenever you're trying to gamble with your money and stuff like that. You can't rely on trying to manipulate luck, and you are not going to get a positive answer to that particular inquiry. You can't rely on luck. So I was lucky to be in essentially the right place, the right time, every time something action-packed did happen during my time in military service, but it might have also been lucky for other people as well.
Boss,
so
we need a cargo-capable Fulton extraction device to recover the containers.
Miller's telling me that I can't do this side up.
Have it dropped in.
Yeah, I know. So I had this rather unimpressive career where I was in the wrong place at the wrong time every time, or rather the right place at the right time every time something action-packed happened. And my buddy, who decided to do what he thought was going to be an easy career in IT, he ended up being a Riverine. But it's not just him. There was also another friend of mine who wanted to do IT for the exact same reason. He wanted to do IT for the exact same reason, and as a result of going for what he considered the easy option, we now have that scientific proof that he was dooming himself to a life of suboptimal experience, of not happiness. A life of boredom, and the like. So whenever you relate that all back to this whole situation, with Metal Gear Solid V being the last thing that Konami ever let Hideo Kojima do, and stuff like that. You've got this situation where Konami cares about money, and you can make all sorts of arguments about their them going ahead and investing in pachinko machines, that it's their job to make money, and blah blah blah. But they used to change lives. They used to do the real stuff that really matters. You don't do things because you make money doing them. That's not the reason why you do things. And that's not why you want to do things. If you did things entirely because you got money to do them, then you would probably be in the prostitution business in one way, shape, form, or another. People tend to enjoy sex for the most part, so getting paid to do so is a pretty easy peasy thing. If you shower once a day, just, you know, setting up a camera beforehand and live streaming that stuff, that's enough to, you know, make at least a little bit of income doing something that you already do. But there's a reason why you don't consider that to be an option. You don't consider that to be something viable. And it's because of that legacy. It's because of that, those essential human needs that the late great Dr. Stephen Covey identified to learn, to love, I forgot all four of them. So to live, to learn, to love, and to leave a legacy. To live, you really want something that makes it worthwhile to get up in the morning, even on bad days, even whenever it's raining, even whenever it's snowing, even whenever you have to scrape all the ice off of your car or something like that. If you live in a temperate environment like myself. So it's a lot easier for parents out there. For parents, it's easier to live because you have a inbuilt reason to get up even whenever there's a bad day, and that's the child. That's the only thing that we're here on Earth to do, us human beings, is this whole, you know, having a child, reproducing sort of thing. There's no real greater reason. Why do you need a greater reason? Humans are simultaneously capable of destroying the Earth, and they are capable of saving it. No other animal is capable of doing that. You can argue about that all you want, but until we figure out, you know, until, you know, dolphins discover a way to make a robot that, you know, cleans up the oceans or balances ecosystems and gets rid of invasive species and stuff like that, until we got any objective proof in the matter, this is the information that we got. We're simultaneously capable of destroying the Earth and saving the Earth. And thus there's always that slim possibility that we might one day in the far distant future be able to, you know, save other planets as well. Right? Now I know that we have this natural human destructive tendencies and everything, and thus so far we've done a terrible job of saving the Earth. But we still are capable of doing right whenever the time comes. To knock him out. I have to re-knock out these two guys. Oh, that's all. No big issue. I have no idea why he woke up though. Because he was sleeping in here in this tent. I didn't really make any loud noises.
I'm sorry, boss, but the extraction failed.
Anyways, so parents have it a little bit easier where they kind of have that inbuilt reason why they would get up even whenever the day is particularly bad and stuff like that. And I've had feelings like that before. Whenever my little brothers were being born, first and foremost, I'm the big brother. And there's a 12-year age gap between me and my closest brother. So I had 12 years of being an only child, and then my oldest little brother came around. So that's one thing, but also them were bad times. My mother and his father were already at that point in time on the verge of a divorce. So I had to do a lot of, at the age of 12, I had to do a lot of parental things, even though I wasn't a parent. So I've had feelings like this before, but I'm not, you know, I don't have the balls to sit here and say that I know how parents feel because I helped raise my little brothers. That's not what I'm saying. I was saying, like, from this outsider perspective, this is what happened to me. So I've had these sort of experiences before, this slight approximation of it. So I've at least had that. And I didn't grab anything while I was there, so now I don't know whether or not I've been there. Pretty sure I've been there, but I might as well go ahead and look. So then after my second little brother was born, they were pretty much on the verge of divorce. It was at that point in time, like, the writing was on the wall and everything, and so I had to do quite a bit to help raise my two little brothers at that point in time. And even they have had they've expressed to me, at least my oldest little brother has expressed to me that he really didn't see me as a brother. He really saw me more of a parental figure. And that's the way that I felt as well. So that's messed up, right? That's something that you're not supposed to do. Your kids are not supposed to feel like parents themselves and stuff like that. And hey, it happens. And you make the best of that situation. That's what psychologists and mental health professionals would say is an inappropriate relationship, and it's true. But it sometimes happens. My late great grandmother, she had a similar situation. She was, I think she was like one of 12 kids or something ridiculous like that. So she was one of like 12 children, and as one of the middle children, she certainly wasn't the youngest, but she was one of the middle children. She had to take care of the children that was below her. This was post-World War II, so at that point in time, there was still that mindset that if you get kids, then you can have them work, right? They can work on your farm. Kids were an investment. You can actually invest in them and actually get a return. Believe it or not, that was back in those days. And nowadays, kids are just not that way anymore. So even though that might be considered for the mental health professionals out there to be an inappropriate relationship, to be more of a parental figure to your siblings out of the need of your family, it happens. So you just deal with it. Whatever's the cure for that, whatever problems that causes, you work towards fixing it. And whatever's the cure, you go ahead and you try your best. I lost my only audience member. At some point in time, talking about my little brothers. Apparently, whoever the hell was viewing me, they weren't interested anymore. Said, forget this. This guy's boring. Damn it. I was gonna make him fall off of that ladder, but he wouldn't let me. For a while there, I had a different audience member. The PlayStation said that there was 2 people watching this broadcast. Talking about my little brother, he decided, whoever the hell it was, they decided they don't give a shit anymore.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Identify whatever the hell problems that might cause, and you work towards a solution. That's all that we can do. We let them know about our relationships. They decide whether or not they were inappropriate. They look for any symptoms thereof, and then we work towards fixing it. Simple and easy. So I've had a smidge of this, of that parental thing where, the reason that you get up in the morning is because of the kid. I was there whenever my brothers were born. I wasn't in the delivery room. I wasn't yelling at my mom and saying push or anything like that. No. But I was there shortly after they were born and everything, and I got that little that moment where, a new fresh baby reaches out and snags your finger. That whole moment, that's a big moment. If you've never experienced that before, that is a big moment. And I got to experience that moment. I was lucky enough to experience that moment, and that was entirely because, of my little brothers. Now, I don't have any children of my own. And it's not because I can control myself, because I'm not a slut, because I was able to, to close my legs or anything like that. No, I was born infertile. So again, it's all luck. It's not because I'm so, you know, it's not because I'm so, so responsible or anything like that. It was luck. So I have no children of my own because I can't. Now, I didn't know that until I was 30. I was married. Well, not 30. I was probably 28 or something like that whenever I learned that little factoid about myself. I was married at the time, and my wife at the time had gone ahead and asked to see, you know, whether or not, you know, she mulled over the possibility out loud of possibly, you know, having a kid. And so I went to check and see. I went to get my fertility checked, or whatever. It was a long and embarrassing process, but eventually we came out with an answer, and they said that something like, there's a lot of techno-babble in there to try to figure out what the hell is going on, but they said something along the lines of, whenever the, you know, sperm comes out of the sperm-making thingamajigs inside my body in particular, it gets shot out at such velocity that whenever it hits, there's a certain bend in the tube that's not supposed to be there, and when they hit that particular bend in the tube, the collision happens at such high velocity that they are not able to be properly motile afterwards. They're not able to transport themselves from A to B to get to the egg and everything. They're now stupid. They've been in a terrible car accident, and now they are not able to do their job anymore. That's how it was explained to me. I think, like, at the beginning they just said, like, you have sperm motility problems, and I was like, Doc, I don't know what the hell that means. And then he gave me that more in-depth explanation, and I just related to you as well as I can remember. So that's that. He said that this is usually an easily fixed problem. It's like there's a high chance that you might be able to fix this without too many issues here. I said, okay. So I relayed that information to my wife at the time. Told her, you know, everything that was told to me. But at that point in time, our marriage was coming to the end. The writing was on the wall and everything, and it was my turn to take after my mother and get a divorce. And so afterwards, you know, of course, I lost absolutely everything. And after everything was said and done and whatnot, an elective surgery to fix my sperm motility issues, that was the last thing on my mind. There's always a possibility. I mean, like, there's always a possibility that that Veterans Affairs would pay for the surgery to fix those issues or whatever, to make me fertile again. So the whole thing could be free to me to become a person who could in fact have a kid. And then, with any luck, I could find a sperm donation center that would allow me to donate sperm. And upon doing all of that, then I could actually make money out of the whole process. And not only would the elective surgery be free, but this could actually be a cash-making opportunity for me. But that's a pretty big if. First, I'd have to, like, go, and I'd I mean, I just had a appointment with my primary care physician like yesterday. I remember there's always there's always the possibility that I could have a child with somebody that would nearly guarantee that my child does not have a very good life as well. So the whole process could bring, you know, some misery upon the world. Whenever at the end of the day, what I am attempting to do is, I don't want to bring misery into the world for the possibility of cash. You know, this is again right back into that. You know, why, even with everything that Hideo Kojima did and the money that he was not raking in, why Konami is still the bad guy in this scenario. So yes, like I said, it's a little bit easier for parents to do the live part, to live, to love, to learn, and to leave a legacy. With the pachinko machines, you're just doing the same thing over and over again, so you're not learning anything. You're not loving your customers, you're not loving what you do. Let me make this abundantly clear as much as I possibly can. There is no way, shape, or form that you can work a job that you do not enjoy and make enough money to buy enough toys to enjoy your life in your off time. It is not possible. So I'll say that again. If you work a job that you don't like, it doesn't matter how much money you make. You cannot buy so many toys that it makes working that job worth it.
Good dog.
Now also, like I said before, this whole thing with parents and that essential human need to live, that reason that you get up in the morning. You know, Dan Buettner talked about this in his TED Talk about how to live to be 100 plus. He said it was very important for people of a certain region that regularly lived to be over 100 years old. It was very important for the people of that region to have what they called an ikigai, and that was essentially their reason to get up in the morning, their reason to rise to the occasion, even whenever it's a bad day, even whenever there's snow on the road and sleet and hail and all this other kind of stuff. They had a solid reason to do that. And they knew it, like, from the start. They knew it. They had that absolutely solid reason to get up in the morning. So if you asked them what their ikigai was, they had the answer on the tip of their tongue. They could immediately, without any effort, tell you what their ikigai was. Now, Dr. Stephen Covey, the late great Dr. Stephen Covey, he found out that people who have that, and he called it a mission statement. People who have that mission statement, they will live 7 years longer than people who don't. So just this whole ikigai thing, that's the whole reason. In case you don't know who the late great Dr. Stephen Covey was, he was the guy who wrote The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. So, you know, he was pretty good. You know, he was pretty good at his job and whatnot. So people with that mission statement, it's why he pushed it so hard. It's why he was so adamant about it, is because just by getting down a solid mission statement that you're able to recall at a moment's notice, just by having that mission statement around, you'll live 7 years longer than somebody who doesn't. 7 years. And the amount of life that is added to your years is almost incalculable. And we have, of course, we have that scientific evidence as well, some through the late great Dr. Stephen Covey's work, but also through a lot of other means as well. We've been able to follow this thread to its natural-born conclusion. So that was that, and now I know that I was here. Same. Checking all the little places, making sure that I am done with the Afghanistan map. I'm only kind of done with it because those are plants. But still, at least I know I've been there. One thing there. This is the Devil's House in Zoyabadiyabulu. We'll be there in one of the future missions. We got something there, got something there. Of course, we got something there, there. All over this place. What about the abandoned village? Yep, we got something there. There. Yep. Yep. Everything's Gucci. Alrighty.
Roger.
Let's get back out there, and I guess since the last broadcast cut off, and the broadcast before that cut off, I guess I should show you the end of the of mission number 13 or whatever. The oil mission. Pitch Black, that's what it's called. Now they have one less mortar to use against me if I get spotted. There's a method to my madness. So people with mission statements are, of course, a lot happier and everything. So that whole thing, you know, is fairly easy for a parent to think like, you know, I know why I'm getting up in the morning. It's that that part of The Simpsons. Whenever Homer is sitting there and he's staring at that thing at the nuclear power plant that says, like, you know, don't forget you're here forever. Yeah, I got it. And it gets covered with enough, like, photos and stuff that, it changes to say, do it for her. There's pictures of, like, Lisa Simpson and his daughter and stuff like that. So it's relatively simple for parents to sort of have that inherent thing where they know exactly why they're getting up in the morning and everything. So to live, to learn, like I said,
Boss, that man you picked up in Walla Yamasa is a top-notch gunsmith. We got plenty of work for him. It turns out that he's just the apprentice of a so-called legendary gunsmith. Now, if this legendary gunsmith is all he's cracked up to be, we could really use him on our side. The apprentice gave us the whereabouts of his master. If you've got the time, go and grab him. I've added the details to your side ops list.
Alrighty. This whole tracking down this guy, it's its own little side quest. And it's worth it. It's worth it to do the side quest. I'll show you at the end of the whole rigmarole. Now we got all the box teleportation points and everything else. We're doing good. So everything's going to be in Afghanistan, right? Smooth May, next to Sakurai, Afghanistan Central Base Camp. So that's still there, and we can't do that. And the Abbey Staff Ruins. So it looks like we're going to have a great time. That is really fucking... And then I'll run over there. How's that sound? I should be alright, because I'm going to have to go past a guard post. And that guard post always has a 4-wheel drive there. So we look at Konami again. To live. They don't have this ikigai. They don't have this mission statements. They are not fully enjoying everything that they're doing in order to make money. And like I said, you cannot work a job that you hate and buy so many toys on your off time that it makes it worth it to do that job. It's not possible.
News from the support unit. They can now deliver support strikes to our areas of operation. Use your iDroid to designate a location for a strike. Just make sure you're not in the kill zone. I hate to tell the men they blew up the boss. After you've called in a strike, move away from the target location immediately. Also, like supply drops, strikes cost GMP. So once you don't put us in the red, remember what our real objective is.
We gotta find out why kids love the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch, boss. It's our primary objective. We will get to the bottom of this. So, to live, they're not doing it. Konami's not doing it. To love, they don't love their people. They don't love their carriers. You cannot earn enough money that your off time, that the 60% of your waking hours or more, that your off time is filled with so much, you know, purchasable decadence that it makes working for a job that you hate worth it. As a parent, of course, that's a little bit different because you've got that to live part. You know exactly why you're getting up in the morning. It's for the kid. It's do it for her, that sort of thing. So they're not doing that. To love. They don't love their jobs. They don't love pachinko machines. They're not inspired about pachinko machines or anything like that. They didn't study pachinko machines in college because they were passionate about the subject. Nothing like that. To live. It's not there. To learn. They're just doing pachinko machines over and over and over again. Doing pachinko machines. They're not learning anything. To love. They don't love what they do. They don't love their customers. They are purposefully getting their customers addicted to gambling. They're destroying their customers' lives. And to leave a legacy. If your legacy is tarnished because the only thing that you've done is what is considered a crime in many nations around the planet. You know, gambling and the facilitation of gambling. Even with your legalized workarounds. Oh, they're not gambling money, they're gambling for pachinko balls, and they can exchange those pachinko balls for a prize, and then they can sell the prize at the pawn shop across the street. And that's how it works. And so that's if we do it this way, it's legal. You know what you're doing is wrong, and you're doing it anyways. It's the four. These are the four things. These are the four commandments. These are the four truths here.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Like I said, all that you need to know to understand that that Konami is not doing the right thing. The only thing that you need to know is that they are not treating other people the way they'd like to be treated. That's all that you need to know that they are the bad guys in this situation. That's it. It prevents all given everything, all of the abuse and everything, if you just treat other people the way you'd like to be treated. It's that simple and easy to understand and to deal with. But we can run them through a couple of other tests and realize that they are, they're not the good guy in this situation. Despite everything, they're still not the good guy in this situation. And the thing that makes it particularly tragic is because they used to change lives on a regular basis. They would change lives like it was a full-time job. And they did it a lot, and they did it often. There used to be a website called Get Up Move. Get Up Move. And it was a website that was dedicated to Dance Dance Revolution and all of its derivative clones. And that was a Konami property, Dance Dance Revolution. And Get Up Move documented a lot of stuff about Dance Dance Revolution and all the derivative video games that were very similar. It documented all the people that lost over 100 pounds just by, you know, playing Dance Dance Revolution. Now we know that there's little things. We know that
he's coming too.
It's like, oh, if action-oriented games increase reaction time. More detail-oriented games will increase the speed and accuracy of surgical procedures for surgeons. So we know all of that kind of stuff.
But the extraction failed. The support unit just isn't skilled enough. If you want to increase the success rate of Fulton extractions in bad weather...
But that's the, those are the benefits of, like, every video game. Whenever somebody loses 100 pounds entirely because of your dancing video game, you now have a situation where this is a definitive life-saving thing. And yes, we have all the other gobbledygook, right? We've got all the different people that were inspired to join the military and save the lives of others because of the Metal Gear games. We've got all the people with mental illness that were inspired by
Roger.
we got all the people with mental illness that were inspired and you know had credited the Silent Hill series for saving their lives in times of Great Depression, stuff like that. So we have all of these little pieces of the puzzle. But that's the tragedy behind all this, is because Konami used to change lives. Konami used to change lives for the better. Konami used to save lives. Konami used to teach people skills that they would not have known otherwise. Konami used to build gray matter in people's brains.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is Pequod. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by. Mayday! Mayday! Cannot maintain altitude. Control.
That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
Pequod never prioritized elimination of enemy threats. Now he's paid the ultimate price. So that's the real problem with all this, is really incredible, amazing things. And now they don't anymore. Now they've decided to go the complete opposite direction and try to addict people to gambling. It's really, really bad. They went from being really, really unfathomably good to really, really, really bad.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ.
So those are all the reasons why Konami, despite everything, is still the bad guys in this situation. So how are you? Right? So to continue a thought that I began a while ago, a long time ago, the struggle for me has always been, how do I stay in school? During one of the Ground Zeroes broadcasts, my good old friend Warber made an appearance. And I told him, you know, I told him how my problem was that I got out of the military and I tried to live like a human being. And I should have been living like a gremlin. You know, that's how college kids live. They live like gremlins, you know. They do not live like a human being. They eat ramen noodles. They live in an apartment that they rent with 79 other people that do not know how to be human beings, that do not know that do stupid stuff like leave the milk out and try to eat raw, you know, chicken and stuff like that. It's like they're fresh out of their mom's house. Like they have no idea how to be a human being. So you accept behavior as a college student. You accept behavior from other people simply to keep the bills paid that you otherwise would not tolerate. So that's how you be a college student. You're roommates with whoever you're roommates with, and you tolerate pretty much everything except for like actual crimes, you know? And that's what it means to be a college student. You don't worry about your health. You don't worry about proper nutrition. You don't worry about any of those things. You take care of yourself as best as you can. You eat what you have to, and you do what you have to in order to further your studies, in order to be in college, and in order to do stuff like that. So one of my big mistakes is definitely the fact that I tried to live like a person whenever I should have been trying to live like a college student. If I would have simply, you know, if I would have skipped community college and went directly into the university that I eventually ended up graduating. Now, I graduated from community college as well. I got my associate's degree, my transfer degree from there. But I also eventually graduated from the university that I ended up attending. Now that university has always had dorms for as far back as anybody can remember. Like maybe my grandfather can remember a day and age where they didn't have dorms, but they, you know, everybody else knew that they had dorms. So if I would have left the United States military active duty, and even if I joined the United States Navy Reserves, the way that I did, if I would have simply started staying on campus and living like a student, then everything would have been fine. Now, my mother convinced me not to do it. She wanted me to take over the mortgage on our house, and then, you know, that's whenever she eventually got in front of everybody and admitted the fact that that it was all a ruse, that she was attempting to get a second home with her new husband, and just in case the relationship didn't work out, she was going to have her backup home in East Alton, Illinois. And since my name wasn't on the rental agreement and whatnot, that would mean that it wouldn't be mine. It wouldn't be my home. And her plan was, in case that marriage with her new husband didn't work out, she was going to come and force me out of that house and say, like, hey, thanks for, you know, paying for the mortgage this entire time, but, you know, it's still my house, it's still in my name, goodbye. That was her plan, and she admitted it in front of everybody. And ever since she did that, ever since she let that slip, she's been trying to gaslight each and every individual that says anything about it into trying to think that it never happened. But it's something that, I mean, in the years since, it's actually a pretty common move. It's pretty common to have that thing where, one way or another, you get somebody to pay for your mortgage. And then after they've begun doing so, eventually, with whatever way you manage to not have this person's name on your lease, you eventually swoop in and use the full extent of the law to remove them.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Another friend of mine who was in, I was in high school with, he decided to do the IT path, thinking that it was going to be easy and whatnot. And like I said, we've got the scientific proof that that's not a good reason to do just about anything. Now, notably, my my ex-wife did the exact same thing. She decided to be a cook because she thought it was going to be easy.
Speak. Get down. Where are your friends?
And so that's part of the issues. It certainly doesn't help, right? Whenever you're violating those, like, essential human principles to live, to learn, to love, to lead a legacy. There's 4 basic human needs.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
But, on top of that, a friend of mine who tried to do IT, I think he graduated from Rankin. At the time, Rankin Technical Institute had this thing where they were guaranteeing job placement, and so the job placement was guaranteed, and they set him in a spot and everything, and he was working for this IT firm, but then they went under. They got him the job, they did everything that they said that they were going to do. So at that point in time, there's nothing to be done, right? They held up their end of the bargain. It's not their fault that the IT firm went under. So as a result of all of that gobbledygook nonsense, first, like, he tried to move back home, and the exact same thing had happened. Like, his parents, if I remember his particular story correctly, his parents had that whole thing where they were paying for a home. It wasn't in their name, and they had made an agreement with this old man, but that old man's son, you know, whenever he passed on, whenever the old man passed on, his son got ownership of the house, and he wanted to use it. He wanted to move in. So he just inherited a home. He didn't give a crap what the hell the old man had, what kind of agreements it had and everything like that. All of that was not something that he gave a crap about. So he went ahead and he used the full extent of the law,
Where are your friends?
pushed them out, and they decided that they're done making money and doing all that stuff. So they retired. And they moved into a camper, and that was that. Now, my buddy couldn't go home. There was no home to go to. He was the youngest of his siblings, so, like, it wasn't an option. So he moved in with his brother. He said he sold alligator steaks on the side of the road. He did all of this crazy stuff, just try to make ends meet. He ended up working at Lowe's for a long time. And eventually, like, long story short, he ended up making and selling MDMA ad nauseum. It just never ends, just never stops. Somebody goes for what they consider to be the easy path. And then at the end of the day, they end up having to do what they would never normally justify. Now you compare all of this. You might say, like, okay, so you're saying that it's bad to addict people to gambling. You're saying that it's bad to addict people to drugs, stuff like that. You're in agreement with the law. That's understandable. You used to be military police. So, and, you know, more importantly than anything, you want other people to treat each other the way that they would like to be treated. So not addicting people to drugs, not addicting people to gambling, stuff like that. You wouldn't want that to happen to your loved ones. You wouldn't want that to happen to you. So just treating other people the way you'd like to be treated. So you say, okay, I get that. I understand that. But you also said that at the end of the day, it's about you and yours. And that's true. So, like, you might justify the, you know, prostitution, for example. Even if you might have a lot of, you know, concerns about it, you might justify doing so anyways for your children. You might justify, you know, prostituting yourself for the sake of your kids.
Subject on board.
And so isn't that a good enough reason? Well, that's whenever we go all the way back down to the beginning of all this, right? My obsession with Dancing Rabbit Eco Village and stuff like that. Whenever they're living on less than $3,000 a year, they don't have to set up an OnlyFans if they don't want to. They don't have to strip, they don't have to prostitute themselves because they can live on less than $3,000 a year. So they can work, you know, a minimum wage job for less than like half a year and gain the $3,000 that's necessary for them to live for an entire year in Dancing Rabbit Eco Village. And what are they sacrificing? What are they truly sacrificing? Nothing. They've got the internet, they've got electricity, they've got everything.
Where are your subject on board? Leave the rest.
Now, I've said before that I thought that that was an unreasonable thing. I thought that the reason that they were capable of doing everything that they did was simply because they do not have building codes in Rutledge, Missouri, where they established Dancing Rabbit Eco Village. And I thought that that had to be a rarity. That the reason why they were able to do everything that they did is because they had no building codes, and the reason why there's not more Dancing Rabbit Eco Villages hither, there, and all over the place is because it has to be rare. Because this whole not having building codes things has to be a rare thing, right? It's not true. There's more places without building codes than there are places with building codes.
Subject on board.
Of course. And there's even more places than that that have essentially unenforceable building codes because they can't really enforce much of anything there, right? So non-working, you know, police and governmental systems and the like, all the above.
Hands up. On the ground. Talk. Where are your friends?
So whenever I found out that my family's farm is located in a county here in Illinois that has no building codes, like, that was a real eye-opener. I did not know that back in 2013 whenever I
Subject on board.
whenever I tried to join Dancing Gravity Eco Village and didn't make the cut, and then promptly turned around and moved to South Korea because it was cheaper than living in East Alton, Illinois. East Alton, Illinois is not the most expensive area here in Illinois either.
Where are your friends?
Far from it. Not the cheapest, but it's not the most expensive either.
You gotta extract him.
Like I said, my smarter friends, they retired to the Philippines. And in the Philippines, you can live like a king on $300 a month. But if you do that mathematics real quick, $300 a month is $3,600 a year.
Where are your
Only one state away, they're living on $3,000 a year. 3,000 being less than 3,600. So there's a reason why, you know, I had that order of priority, as I tried to join them first. Then I decided to go with my backup plan of moving to South Korea. And yes, the Philippines is even cheaper than South Korea, but I was scared. I didn't know anything about the Philippines.
Subject on board.
I hadn't hung out with enough people to learn any Tagalog. I was repeatedly assured that, like, it was going to be fine, and you know, there's a long history of people there that, you know, are American. They don't speak a word of Tagalog, and everything was going to be okay. But I was scared. So I joined. I moved to South Korea in 2013, and that was a bad time. Bad time. It's 2013. The United States government shut down, and they took all of my benefits with me. Or they took all of their benefits with them. They shut down. So I was making money through the post 9/11 GI Bill stipend, and that was gone. And I think I still had unemployment insurance, and that was gone. So it was all gone. I may or may not have had unemployment insurance at that point in time in my life. I'm not entirely sure. But I know that everybody in the government stopped picking up their phone. So it was a bad time. It was a real bad time. And then I overstayed my visa because I couldn't afford, like, the government shut down. So I couldn't afford anything. And so I overstayed my visa, so I couldn't afford because I couldn't afford a boat tickets to go to Japan and get my visa renewed, and then hop back on a boat to go to South Korea.
He's coming too. Roger that.
So once I overstayed my visa, I reported to the American Embassy, told them all of the situation, and while the United States government might have been shut down at that point in time, the U.S. Embassy was still open. So the U.S. Embassy in Seoul, South Korea, it was still open, and they deported me back to the United States of America. I was deported from South Korea to go back to my home country, the United States of America, but I was deported. That's a fun, silly willy story that I get to tell people. But upon learning that
Where are your friends?
the county that my family's farm lies on, this county does not have, son of a bitch,
I'm just gonna have to reload a checkpoint. It's not gonna be good. I thought he was facing the other direction. That was my problem. If he was, everything was golden, but he wasn't. Facing this direction for no reason. Because he's staring at the other two people that are also staring in this direction. That's the problem there. If you're going to put together a patrol base or something like that, it's not the way that you would do it. You would each be looking in different directions to protect the approach from several different directions, right? Being a guard, providing security.
Don't speak. Where are your friends?
That's the problem with these combination night vision goggles /
Hands up.
infrared goggles.
Spit it out. Where are your friends?
Sometimes it's a little difficult to tell which way a guard is facing.
You gotta extract him. He's coming too. Roger that.
So once I learned fairly recently that my family's farm lies in a county with no building codes. And then I learned that the that not only does the county that my family's farm relies upon, not only does this county not have any building codes, but I also learned that each individual town within this county does have building codes. And my family's farm lies within a town on all technicality, but outside of town limits. Therefore, my family farm did not have to adhere to any building codes. And without that benefit, you know, we would not have been able to establish the farm the way that we did, raise the family upon it.
Where are the others?
So upon learning all of that information, first I was trying to find just land within this county that my family's farm is on, because it has no building codes. Then I learned that I couldn't just pick any land. I had to pick land that was outside of the town limits. So I had to learn how to look up town limits. It was a pain in the neck. But after learning all of that, then I had to learn, okay, what's the cheapest possible land? And I kept running across all of these different, you know, pieces of land that would cost $1 squillion. It would cost Googleplex money for each piece of land. Eventually I found things that were semi-affordable, and they still weren't that affordable. And finally I said, you know, what's the cheapest possible price that I can pay to buy a piece of land directly from the government? Often whenever you purchase a piece of land, even though the powers that be might for example, you know, they might sell you a piece of land for $100. And say, I don't want it. You might still end up paying over $1,000 in fees to transfer that piece of land from that person to you. Hell, you might, you know, there are actually plenty of places within the United States that offers you free land because right now nobody owns it. And so the government would rather have taxes, have someone pay the taxes and make some money off of the land rather than not have anybody paying the taxes. So no, they're not, nobody's making money off of the land. It's just sitting there, not doing anything. So, and there, you might find individual people that are like, you know what, I bought this piece of land and I was never able to do anything with it, and I kept telling myself I was going to do something with it, but the only thing it does is it costs me this amount of money every year. I thought it was an asset, but it is a liability, and I just want it gone. And they can give you that piece of land. Still, you might spend over $1,000 in fees to get from A to B for that to exchange hands, because the government has to understand who has the deed and how much land and all that kind of stuff, so they can calculate how much money you owe them for property taxes each year. So I went to the courthouse and I said, you know, forget this, you know, trying to rely upon, you know, all these people, you know, all these, you're trying to buy land from a person, whether that's a person or a real estate company, a real estate agent, or anything like that. Instead of buying land from a person, or trying to buy land from a person, instead, can I buy land directly from the government? The answer was yes, of course. And what's the cheapest possible price for said land? How do I buy it directly from the government with no middlemen whatsoever, and just go ahead and pay the smallest possible amount of money? So I went to my local courthouse and I asked essentially those questions. And they said, well, what you need is tax sale land. And here in the state of Illinois, tax sale land is sold on iltaxsales.com. It is from, you know, is from the government. You are purchasing land directly from the government. But the guy that runs that website is a civilian contractor. So you'll pay like a tiny little fee to him. But the rest of it, it's like, it's the smallest amount of money that you can pay for land.
Boss, get down. The enemy's sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
I thought I got them all, but nope, there's a sniper on the other side of the embankment. I thought they only had snipers set up on one side of the embankment. I was wrong. I was incorrect. So then, after I learned all of that nonsense, and I learned how expensive it is to buy something in building codes and whatnot, I looked on iltaxsale.com and I found out that parcels of land in the state of Illinois, with very few exceptions, are often sold for less than $1,000 per parcel, almost across the entire state. $1,000 per parcel. And the size of the parcel does not modify the price of the land. So, a parcel could be a couple of square feet and it could be a couple of acres. It's just how they divide the land. So you choose. You know, do you want the biggest piece of land?
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Right, sure, you might get the biggest piece of land, but what if it's all swampland, right? What are you going to do with a bunch of, with a couple of acres of swampland? You can try to convince yourself that you can find some other sucker to buy it from you, and it's all going to be worth it in the end, but again, treat other people the way you'd like to be treated. If you're not doing that, then you're not going to enjoy your time. Even if you're empathy impaired, you're not going to be enjoying your time. You're violating your human need to live and to love. And your legacy is going to be trying to, you know, take advantage of other people, right? So instead of going through all of that trouble to do something that's not even going to make you happy, and it's not going to add to your life in any meaningful way, instead, try to find something that's right for your purposes.
You got to extract him.
So you got to balance things out, right? At first, you know, I was looking for. At first, I looked for the biggest acreage. You know, what's the largest thing that I could buy? And then I started actually trying to check out these various properties, and it was kind of a mess. Sometimes I would try to look at a property, and it would be impossible to look at. There was no access to it. Now, I eventually attended an auction, a tax sale auction, and as part of the process of attending a tax sale auction, they went ahead and told us that before you come here to this auction, make sure that you check out the property. They said if the property happens to have a frame on it, which is what they call any building, because they do not look at the state of the inside of the building. So if the property has a frame on it and you want to check it out and the doors are unlocked, then go for it. Get in there, check it out, see if it's something that you want to really invest in. If the property has a frame on it and the door is locked, you are not allowed in there. Breaking that lock to break into that home, that is housebreaking in the daytime, and it might be burglary in the nighttime, depending on local laws. As I said very succinctly, you know, make sure to check out the property before you invest. However, if there's a locked door, I mean, there might be somebody living there. You do take your own risks and whatnot, but if there's a locked door, like you're not allowed in there. You can't break the lock to take a peek in there. You're just going to have to make your decision from the outside of the building. And also, everything is sold as is. So if there's a bunch of squatters on the property, then you're going to have to call the cops, show the cops your deed, and then the cops are going to have to come in and they're going to have to, you know, shoo this guy away. If that guy holds a grudge against you for, you know, shooing them away and everything, and keeps coming back then that's what you have to deal with. And you have to keep calling the cops over and over again because this guy just won't leave you alone. Properties are sold as is. That's it. So if that's not something that you want to deal with, choose a property that doesn't have a squatter. You can't anticipate every single problem. Like my grandfather, he's bought plenty of land before, and as part of that, you know, he's trying to grow stuff. He's a crop farmer. He farms crops: wheat, soy, corn. So he's bought plenty of land before. And you can try to get out there and really, really inspect a plot before you buy it and everything, but there's only so much that you can do. Whenever in the past he has purchased land and it turned out that these acres of fields that he has purchased are very sandy, and so his cash crops can't grow in there and can't grow on sand, and they require dirt. He's out of luck. He requires to grow and everything. But sometimes, you know, you can only do so much. The property that I'm currently occupying is something that my uncle used to live in about 15 years ago. They're gonna stop for this passed out guy on the road.
He's coming too. Roger that.
With luck, we can get them before they get on the horn.
On the ground. Spit it out. Where are the others?
Guard over there, he looks to be alert, and he really shouldn't be. If he's alert, suspicious, or anything of the sort, then they're not going to let us do our box teleportation trick.
Roger that.
Let's see, maybe looks can be deceiving. Yep, there we go. He was not as alert as I thought he was. Alright, go to Shagagway. Or is that the Wallachway? I don't remember. I might as well just redo this side up. See how his indicator was still red? He's gonna try to stab me.
Where are the others?
You gotta extract him.
Damn it. Whatever. Okie dokie.
Where are the others? Hands up. Speak.
Damn it.
Что это? Контакт!
Damn. Damn. Double damn. Triple damn. It's going to start me all the way back at the mountain relay base. Sucks. So anyway, tax sale properties are sold as is. You try to do your due diligence as much as possible, blah blah blah, but they are the cheapest possible land, and at the end of the day, dirt is dirt. Just because dirt from California costs more than dirt from Illinois, by and large for the most part, that does not mean that there's anything different whenever it comes to the composition of the dirt. It is still dirt. And the famous words of the actor, the rapper Macklemore, in his song "Thrift Shop,"
Where are the others?
paying more money. Paying more money for the price of the exact same commodity is ignorant bitch shit.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Don't pay more money for dirt than you have to. It is still just dirt.
Where are the others?
So,
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
with that being said, I learned that whole thing about like, there's, whenever I was first looking into it back in about like 2012 or something like that, Venice, Illinois was giving out free land, but because Venice had their own building codes and Madison County, which Venice, Illinois resides within, has its own building codes. That's like 2 times the building codes. And that's whenever I learned that stuff like Venice, Illinois is likely going to want residents to not have permanent wood foundations, and is instead going to demand that residents have build on a concrete slab at a bare minimum. And the minimum size concrete slab that they're going to require is going to cost about $2,000 all by its lonesome. So you look at somebody like John Jandai, the guy who gave that big TED talk about how life is easy, and he has no idea why everybody is always making life harder than it has to be. He's got his own YouTube channel called John Jandai Life is Easy. And as part of that YouTube channel, he's got a video on it that I'm obsessed with. And in that YouTube video, he takes and with a small spattering of volunteers, he takes and he builds a home out of mud bricks within the span of 10 hours. the mud brick home that he manages to create with his merry band of volunteers. That home just so happens to be right around, according to the measurements that he gave, right around almost 200 square feet, which is about twice the size of your average camper. It's about twice the size of your average tiny home, so it's a fairly good sized home, all things considered. So if you're going to get a home that you would likely have people be jealous of size-wise, that would be about 2,000 square feet here in America, right? So if John Jandai and his merry band of volunteers can make a 200 square foot house in 10 hours, it goes to
He's coming too. Roger that.
it stands to reason that in 100 hours you can probably make a 2,000 square foot house, right? Oh, but you can't. Not if you have building codes. So him and his merry band of volunteers, he went ahead and made his house. He said that you only need about 2 to 3 people. He said it goes faster if there's 2 to 3 people. With all these volunteers, he's got to sit there and he's got to explain everything that he's doing. He has to explain it multiple times, sometimes in multiple languages. He has to make sure that they're doing it right and everything. It takes longer whenever there's more people. He said, but about 3 or 4 people, it actually goes faster than 10 hours. To make a 200 square foot house with these mud bricks for free, just, you know, dirt and water and rice husks. That's what he's got. It's rice husks. He's in Thailand, I believe. So essentially, dirt and water. He alerted everybody with that shout. Now everybody's on combat alert. And they're going to start sending in 2 people at a time to try to check this thing out.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. He's coming too. Roger that.
A plot of land without any building codes. And then he went ahead and purchased it. He could build the exact same building with just a couple of volunteers.
He's coming too. Roger that.
I gotta get him out of here or he'll drown. Lying face down in that water. They will absolutely drown. You can't blame them. They're asleep, you know. They're not very good swimmers in their sleep. I'm gonna get you out of the water too. As much as I can. Hopefully your mouth and other breathing apparatuses are on dry land, and the game recognizes that fact so that you will remain in the land of the living. Okay, so if John and I found a plot of land without any building codes, then here in the
Subject on board. Need the rest of us.
land of the free and the home of the brave here, he should also be able to whip together a 200 square foot home just with dirt and grass. And yes, I have gone ahead and made this sort of Adobe-ish sort of combination myself to make sure that it works, and it absolutely works. So, essentially, after he pays the $1,000 for the land that has no building codes, after he pays that $1,000, the house is free. Now, the house that he manages to create, he does state emphatically that the house that he manages to create within this video for 10 hours, that house ended up costing him $800 American. That's what he says, $800 American. And there's a lot of materials that he uses as part of the construction that is not necessary. I think that if he made a dome, then he would have been able to, like the walls are free. The walls are just these mud bricks that he makes out of dirt and rice husks. So the walls are free. It's the roof that really costs him money, and he also had cement within the foundation, of course, but with just a good amount of Portland and a decent, I can't remember what it is, like 3-to-1 ratio mix for Portland cement to, or for sand to Portland cement to create your average mortar, then he could have just gathered some rocks and you know, if he wanted to save the money, of course it's going to be a little, you know, easier, not cheaper. It's going to be easier to just go ahead and do the concrete thing that he ended up doing, but if he wanted to save a little bit of money, then he could have just grabbed some rocks and with very little investment, he could go ahead and mortar some rocks together and have that as a stone foundation. Apparently they have a lot of problems with termites in Thailand. I think he's from Thailand. So he said that a stone foundation helps with the termites. But I've also heard from historians and the like, and they said that adobe buildings in general, you should have about 3 feet of stone. 3 feet of stone is pretty good because the mud bricks will wick up moisture from the ground and it'll turn back into mud and water, you know. Damn it.
Speak. Where are the Hands up. Speak. Where are your friends?
He's coming too. Roger that.
So he said that the house that he made, the 200 square foot house that he made in that video in 10 hours with a smattering of volunteers that all didn't know what the hell they were doing, that house cost him $800 American. It has mostly the cement foundation that he did and the cement fiber boards that he used, which he also the fiber cement boards that he used was placed on steel beams that were tack welded together as well. So I think if he would have just made a dome, then it would have been easier on everybody because the walls were free. They were made out of that mud, those mud bricks. The walls were free, but the roof was expensive. And it's a common phrase for old-timers. Old-timers will often tell you the exact same thing. Real old-timers. Some real salt-of-the-earth people. They'll tell you, like, they'll talk about their log cabin, and they'll say, yeah, I've got a log cabin, and the log cabin was free. But the roof was expensive. They'll often say something like that. Because we're used to single slope, double slope, we're used to gabled roof, stuff like that. We're used to a roof that it's probably going to cost you money to put together. It doesn't have to though. Even with a gabled roof, the way that the Townsends did it, they did that crap for free. The Townsends have one or two videos on they have one or two videos on where they build a cabin, and of those one or two videos, I think the second one they build a cabin that has a gabled roof. So your standard roof that kind of looks like an upside down V, you know what I mean? And even if you've never done it before, you kind of already know how to put together a log cabin, you know what I mean? You can take a couple of popsicle sticks or a couple of, regular sticks or pencils or pens or something like that, and you can kind of put it together, right? You just take two horizontal sticks and then you put two vertical sticks on it, or vice versa, and then you put two, two horizontal sticks onto the vertical sticks, and then you put two vertical sticks onto the horizontal sticks. You just keep doing that over and over again. So you kind of already know. You kind of already know how to put together a log cabin, even if you've never done it before.
He's coming too.
It's a relatively simple and easy thing. So what they did for what I believe is the second cabin that they ever built is whenever they got to the height of wall that they wanted to have. Once they got like 10-foot walls or something like that, they went ahead and
Where are your friends?
they took the next layer of vertical or horizontal sticks, or logs in this case, and they went ahead and they put it you know, a little bit closer to the center. And then with the next one, they put it a little bit closer to the center, and the next, and the next, and the next, and that's how they did it. That's it. That's all that they did. So it's, you know, it was really fucking cool. And so to span the gaps in between the logs, now you can scribe the logs, and my scribing the logs is a pain in the ass. My uncle swears to God that it's not as big of a pain in the ass as I'm making it out to be, but I've seen people do the process, and to me it looks like a fucking pain in the ass, especially whenever you're like the Townsend's YouTube channel, because they are, the Townsend's YouTube channel are historic reenactors, so they're using the old-timey tools and stuff like that, so hewing logs and stuff like that, it's all a gigantic pain in the ass. But I wouldn't even know how to do it in a modern light. Either way. So unless you are either hewing logs and stacking them directly on top of one another, or you are scribing logs, then you're going to have a gap in between logs. That gap in between logs is often simply filled with mud. So, for the sake of consistency and everything, what they'll do is called chinking and daubing. It's not a bad word. It's chinking and daubing. So chinking is kind of like finding a chink in the armor, right? And of course, it's a chink in the armor whenever there's a big gap in between two of your logs in your wall, right? So you would consider that, you know, that if you wanted to get in there, then that's where you'd go. Pretty easy thing. That's a big chink in the armor. So the chinking part is taking anything and cramming it in that hole. That's the first thing. Take anything at all and cram it in that hole. Rocks, whatever you can find. As long as it's worthless and you're not going to use it for anything else, and it can't really be used for anything else, as long as all that is in place, then that's the process of chinking. Just shoving whatever fits into that hole to try to close that gap as much as you possibly can. Now, daubing is the process of then smearing essentially mud all over it. Now, to try to close up those gaps as much as humanly possible, to make a much more viscous mud that's going to be able to do the job much better and last much longer, they'll often essentially mix up what's more than likely going to be a cob type mixture, which is a mixture of straw or any other sort of dead leafy, stringy sort of plant matter. It does not have to be capital S straw that you get from straw bale vendors and stuff like that, and you might see straw for sale at in straw bales for sale at home improvement stores sometimes. Rather rare. But yeah, they'll mix those three ingredients together, and that'll last much longer than just mud. So that's often what they'll do.
About the prisoner you extracted from the central base camp. It seems that he's not the legendary gunsmith either, just another one of his apprentices. Now I'm really dying to meet this guy. We got intel on his location from the apprentice. Think you can recover him? I've added the details to your side ops list.
Okay. So we'll get the heavy infantry, we'll turn around, we'll get to the box teleportation point and the mountain relay base, and then we'll box teleport to Yakuwobo, take it over, and that'll be hopefully all the side ops done except for extracting those material containers. So yeah, they'll mix together those ingredients, and that will be the daub, and that's what they'll do. The Townsends also got, I think they got horse manure, and they put that into the mix, so that's all fun and games. add horse manure to the mix. And there was somebody who I believe is no longer with the Dancing Rabbit Eco Village people, and she might in fact no longer be with us entirely, but I'm not entirely sure. I'm not 100% sure. But the Dancing Rabbit Eco Village has a YouTube channel itself. It is called DR Eco Village. It's kind of like Dr. Eco Village, right? And so it has its own YouTube channel, and one of its really earlier videos, I'm talking like 6 years ago, maybe even 10 years ago, maybe more, as of the date of this broadcast. There's this really old YouTube video where the person in question is essentially redaubing the side of her home, and she puts together, you know, essentially it's an Adobe plaster, but she puts together essentially a daub.
Where are the others? Good. Hands up. Lie down. Spit it out. Where are your friends?
Well, that's convenient. Now we have a truck. We can get there a little bit quicker.
Leave the rest to us.
Hooray! So she puts together a daub, and she also, in addition to the sand and clay-rich soil and straw, she also adds in some, and I think it's like very finely chopped straw. She makes sure that it's a very finely chopped straw. And she also adds in some wheat glue to help it stick to the wall a little bit. And some cow manure. She said like the cow manure that really helps. Cow manure kind of holds together into one piece. That's why whenever it dries, whenever cow manure dries, you get a free frisbee. It is amazing. They call it a cow pie. Delicious. I'm kidding. Okay, please do not eat cow feces. Unless you really want to. No, even then. Okay, so this is the guard post, and these are all the people at the guard post. Where the hell are the... Okay, so they're way the fuck out there. Alright. Alright.
Where are your friends?
Fucking mysterious.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
So,
Where are your friends?
You gotta extract him.
oh, there's more. Fun, silly Willy.
He's coming too. Roger that.
These are the heavy infantry, so the guys that are in their full body fucking beekeeper outfits. So they're gonna be immune to stuff like, you know, they're gonna be immune to all sorts of weaponry.
Speak.
You can literally blow them up for fun. They'll be fine. No word of a lie.
Speak.
You can hit them with a fucking grenade launcher and they will survive.
You gotta extract him.
You can hit them with a rocket-propelled grenade. You can hit them with an RPG blast, and they will walk away from it. It'll probably knock their helmet off. If you think that I'm joking with you. What did I fucking tell you? they're fine, dude. We knocked their helmet off, but otherwise they are uninjured. They can easily eat a grenade blast without any repercussions. It is a barrel of blast.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
You can hit them with all sorts of shit. If you've got a powerful enough rifle, you can ping them with that rifle, and they will. It'll knock their helmet off. You can do that sometimes with shotguns, really powerful rifles, even some machine guns. Although otherwise, they're relatively hard to kill. That's why you got to go up to them. If you try to hold them up, if you try to walk up behind them and point your gun at their back, they know that they're fucking invincible. So each and every one of them was often known as a tough guy. Tough guys were something that they pretty much invented, and I think that the community of Metal Gear people developed the name for them. Tough guys. They really started in Metal Gear Solid 2. That's whenever they developed the system to let you hold up guards. So you go up, you point your gun at their back, and then they drop their gun and raise their hands in the air. And then you can point the gun at their face, and that's whenever they're going to start begging for their lives. They're gonna offer you all sorts of goodies to let them go. And so they'll offer you their ammunition, they'll offer you their gun, any rations that they might have, all the above. The most important thing, though, was the dog tags. In Metal Gear Solid 2, it was the dog tags. But sometimes they would need a little bit of convincing. So they would, you point a gun at their back, they'd raise their hands and drop their weapon, and then if you pointed a gun at their face or at their crotch, either or, they considered that a hefty enough threat to begin begging for their lives. But tough guys wouldn't do that. They would say, like, I don't believe that you have the guts to pull the trigger. And you would have to prove to them that you have the guts to pull the trigger, or else they weren't giving up a damn thing. They weren't going to give you their wallet. They were not going to give you their lunch money. So those were tough guys. And in Metal Gear Solid 2, tough guys, they were mostly, the dog tags belonging to the tough guys were usually the developers of the game. So that was a nice little thing. If you got enough dog tags, you could get crazy bonuses in the game, like, you know, something to make you invisible. So on New Game Plus, you don't have to deal with guards anymore. You can just be invisible and play the game however the hell you feel like it. It was fun. It was fun, silly willy. Now this game, what I'm going to call tough guys, using the terminology from Metal Gear Solid 2, those are anybody who you hold up, you go behind them, you stick a gun in their back, they go ahead and they drop their weapon and they put their hands up in the air, but their little targeting reticle here, this little triangle thing, remains red. That means that they are going to try to whip out a knife and stab you. That, to me, is a tough guy. Everybody wearing, every heavy infantry, the ones wearing all this armor that makes them invincible to even grenade blasts and most weaponry and stuff like that. They're not fully invincible, by the way. If you really lay into them with high-powered rifles or just riddle them with a lot of bullets, then they will go down. It's just going to be a hell of a lot harder than doing that to anybody else. And also, they're not fully equipped. So these two guys are wearing night vision goggles. You cannot wear night vision goggles and simultaneously wear a gas mask. So guys that are wearing gas masks aren't wearing night vision goggles, so they're not going to be able to see you at night very well. Guys in guys wearing night vision goggles and not a gas mask are susceptible to gas. So later you're going to get gas grenades for sleeping gas to put them to sleep real quick. So, wow. So you'll get gas grenades later on in the game. You might come across a gas weapon, an actual gun that shoots gas bullets. Apparently, that's what
He's coming too. Roger that.
it was supposed to be in Ground Zeroes, believe it or not. Remember the non-lethal weapon that I kept using in the helicopter mission, the Intel Operative Rescue, where I rescue Hideo Kojima himself? Remember the non-lethal handgun that I kept using in that mission? That apparently is supposed to be a gas grenade hand cannon, essentially. That's what it was supposed to be. That's what it reads in the description.
You gotta extract him.
So that's what it was supposed to be, apparently. To me, it kind of sounded like it was a rubber baton launcher. So you might have seen like shotguns that launch beanbag bullets. They launch beanbag rounds. It used to be a rubber baton that would get launched out of the end of one of these shotguns. And so it was a rubber bullet, and it would hurt like hell. And anywhere that it hits, had a high chance of suffering permanent damage. So shoot somebody in the eye with a rubber bullet, then they're going to have an eye patch. So I thought that it was a rubber baton hand cannon. That's what I thought. Well, apparently I was wrong. Either way, the inert sleeping gas launcher in this game looks and operates and feels a lot differently, but is effective on anybody who is not wearing a gas mask. So if they're wearing a helmet, then they're not wearing a gas mask. If they're wearing a gas mask, they're also not wearing night vision goggles. So they're not going to be able to see you at night much easier.
He's coming too.
If they're wearing a helmet, then they're also not wearing full body armor like the heavy infantrymen that can survive grenade blasts and stuff like that.
You gotta extract him.
Oh, let's tips and tricks. Yeah, I don't know where the hell you were running to, bud. Oh. Whatever.
Spit it out. Where are your friends?
By the way earlier, I had a third example. I had a friend of mine's mom paid for paid the mortgage on a home for a long time with the promise that by doing so, whenever time came, her efforts were essentially going to be rewarded. And it was the exact same shit. It was somebody that, since her name wasn't on the deed, she went ahead and took advantage of the situation and kicked her out, using the full extent of the law. So apparently it's a pretty common move, but I'm going to live like every other college student. But, you know, hindsight's 20/20, blah, blah, blah.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Woulda, shoulda, coulda. But, you know, with stuff like John Jandai, you know, I don't really consider living in an entire home that you built yourself, even if it's built out of mud bricks. I don't consider living in an entire home that you built yourself to be living like a gremlin. And it's the same thing with Dancing Rabbit Eco Village. And some of them have Adobe adjacent homes themselves, including at least one which is super Adobe, which is also known as an earth bag building. They take dirt and the like, and then they put it into bags, and they take a tamper and they tamp the ever-loving shit out of it. And it's kind of rough on your back. Just remember that, like, there's one European historian that makes videos about this kind of stuff. He said, like, you have to realize that that mud bricks are not an inferior building material. They're just not. So, like, there used to be like there are still examples of surviving like 3-story buildings three-story buildings made out of mud bricks. And also realize that Adobe is a combination of clay-rich soil, sand, and straw. 3 ingredients, dried in the sun.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Spit it out.
Whereas a traditional brick that you might see in a brick building is a fired brick. And the Townsends do, in fact, have a video on them firing clay bricks, actual clay bricks,
You gotta extract
And the only ingredient is clay. It is made out of clay, like pottery. It's clay. It's regular clay. One ingredient. And it's also baked for a long time, much like pottery. But with that being said, you know, it's one ingredient versus three. But mud bricks are not an inferior building material. Certainly, a regular clay brick is a superior to the strength and whatnot of a fired clay brick. But the Townsends do in fact have a video on them firing a brick and the traditional methodology. And it's kind of a thing.
Where are your friends?
They have to like build this giant kiln from scratch, and they have to do all this nonsense. And then they have to keep this fire burning like fucking forever. It's like 12 hours or something they have to keep this fire burning. A super hot fire, and it has to cool down very slowly or else the damn thing will crack. And it's a whole bunch of fucking nonsense just to make a fucking handful of clay bricks. Makes you wonder, like, they sell clay bricks for like 50 cents down at the home improvement store. Like,
I'm sorry, boss, but the extraction failed. The support unit just isn't skilled enough.
math doesn't add up.
To increase the success rate of Fulton extractions in bad weather.
Damn thing,
The support unit.
it's worth more than the sum of its parts, right? So what happens whenever that is the case? That's right. Say it out loud, ladies and gentlemen. They're using labor from developing countries. It's clay, but it's clay from a developing country. It's fired. It's fired from the wood and other flammable stuff from a developing country. It's put together by workers from a developing country. You know how this goes. If something is worth more than the sum of its parts, you know exactly how it was put together.
This is Pequot! We can't land!
Talking about the snowstorm. Now the snowstorm is dissipating, so he's able to quote-unquote land. Where he doesn't land, he hovers. But you know what he's talking about.
Okay, subject is in.
Gaining altitude.
So, the Dancing Rabbit Eco Village people, they're not exactly living like gremlins. They don't have to sacrifice a damn thing to live on the amount of money that they live on. They live pretty high on the hog. So it's not entirely necessary.
So you finally found that legend of a gunsmith. The guys on the R&D team are dumbfounded. They say he's every bit as good as the stories. With him working for us, you'll be able to customize your weapons. Try it out in the ACC.
That's it. That's all she wrote. And the customizable weapons becomes a pretty important device. You can make pretty much every single weapon, with very little exception, to be a multi-purpose, multi-shot, multi-use weapon. So, in the future, whenever everything gets all upgraded and developed and stuff like that, I'll be able to take what we have and In the future, I'll be able to take everybody and everything that we have. And, for example, I'll be able to make an assault rifle, like the one that I've been using here. And I'll be able to not only make it shoot lethal rounds, but also put an underbarrel attachment to make it shoot, for example, gas grenades. And so it'll be it'll have a gas grenade launcher attachment. So it'll have a non-lethal attachment to a lethal weapon. And with the sniper rifle, I could have a non-lethal sniper rifle with a lethal attachment. You know what I mean? So like it's a multi-use, multi-shot, weaponry. Let's see if we can attach a suppressor. We can. So the UN arc is more expensive, but it also does more damage, has a greater effective range and grouping, not much auto aim and correction, whatever the hell that means. So let me see. Not too many sharpshooter stock. I'll probably leave that. I just assume that it's going to make it shoot sharper. That looks good enough. Why not? Slap a suppressor on it. Give it some navy colors. How about them apples? Now, we've got a new rifle. For our handgun, we got the Wind Ruger. These are all fake guns, by the way. But we'll go ahead and give it navy colors. Just for the hell of it. That gun can't be customized. The old shit gun. We only got a gold one. Persuader. Excellent. Whatever. Slap some navy colors on it. No grenade launchers. 1 sniper rifles. Green off. Normal. That's weird. I'll take that one. Oh, and we can put a suppressor on our sniper rifle. Huzzah! Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Got some good shit now. Yeah. Yeah. Got some suppressors and shit. Got all kinds of nonsense. Got some good shit going on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and motherfucking girls. They're all in prison. They have not been convinced to join Diamond Dogs as of yet. Making sure. See if we have anything at all that we can develop. Sport team. All this nonsense. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. No more side ops. Let's see if we can't build up the base a little bit. Fucking loading. So with John Jan and I able to, with just a couple of volunteers, put together a 200 square foot house in 10 hours, utilizing a grand total of 800 American dollars according to his own estimation. That means that he can buy land for less than $1,000 a parcel down here, and as long as it doesn't have any building codes, he can go ahead and he can build that exact same thing here. And since we do have plenty of people not only living in RVs, which are less than 100 square foot on average, but also plenty of people living in tiny homes, which are less than 100 square foot on average, then that means that John Jandai could very easily, with less than $1,800, not only get the land, but build the home on it as well, and have it twice the size of what RV life people and tiny house people are used to. And certainly much, much larger than the hashtag van lifers are used to. And even those people out there that live in a bus. It's quite large in comparison to those people. So with less than $1,800, he could have everything that he needs. So compare that to the land in Venice, Illinois, which was free, but would require me, or at least by my estimation, would likely require me to begin construction on a concrete slab that alone by itself would already cost me $2,000 just in materials. And that is before I have begun construction of a home, which obviously, with the building codes, I would not be able to make out of mud bricks. So you see the problem here? Even free is too expensive sometimes. So with that being said, I looked around for different pieces of land. Because the next question became, how can I, if I can't join Dancing Rapid Eco Village, then how can I replicate their results elsewhere? I can't join them. I'm not going to be able to beat them. But perhaps I can replicate their results elsewhere and really make my money stretch. So that I could stay in school, don't do drugs, be a good kid, and eventually, hopefully, get all the way through my schooling, get all the way through, I've already got my associate's degree and my bachelor's degree, but I got to finish out my pre-med prerequisites for my preference of medical school, the Uniformed Services University Healthcare Sciences, otherwise known as Military Medical School. So, all of that being said, so I got to finish out those prerequisites, and the last prerequisite that I have not yet finished is Organic Chemistry with Lab, and I start the prerequisite to it in the fall semester at the nearest community college. Gunship, no kills, no alerts, and outposts, and they're going to give me a shitload of fuel to do it, so I'm going to do it. No. We're going to take our brand new customized equipment. Hooray! Why not? Phantasman. Never used it, but why not? Why not? We're doing Hellbound, right? Yes. So, I don't need a vehicle. There we go. Same shit as earlier. But now we're going to get extra rewards. Because this is the PlayStation 4 version, upscaled to the PlayStation 5. Therefore, you know, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you see all this crap. Two outposts, no kills, no alerts, and
No doubt about it, boss.
kill the helicopter.
That man is your extraction target. Emmerich. The weapon system that disappeared into that cave, and the man who was with it. Emmerich must know something about what's going on. The He was transferred to the Soviets' base camp. I've marked it on the map. Make your way to that base camp. Nice find.
That shows the precise location of where he is inside the base camp.
I've updated your map info. Check it on your iDroid.
It's a fairly large base camp, so it's useful information.
Where are your friends?
All things considered.
Where are your friends?
Come with me. You should go home to your family.
That's an enemy gunship. A single burst from its machine gun can cut a man in half. Tread carefully, boss.
Come on. What do you mean? What do you mean it's always shut tight? I can't believe I was able to fucking hip fire that fucking bullet. That was wild. Yes. I promise you, he normally does not allow me to do that. I'm on a fucking winning streak. Normally you get a little too close to him. He gets a little paranoid, and soon enough, you're up the creek without a paddle.
You gotta extract him.
Hands up. Talk. Where are your friends?
Hell yeah!
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Boom, baby! Fucking headshot through the fog, boys.
Where are the others?
The fuck? We got... How precisely did you rescue a friendly from a balloon? Where are you? Fucking didn't do it that time. Was it you? Was it you who rescued a friendly from a balloon? You motherfucker. I love how that's the call over the radio. I rescued a friendly from a balloon. Oh, thank God, balloons. They're our only weakness. How did the douche man find out?
Where are your friends?
That's what they call the Mujahideen. Actually, it's what they call all people of the Middle East. So the question for me became very simply, how do I stay in school, don't do drugs? Well, that's fairly simple. Lower my bills down as much as humanly possible. I am not going to be able to get a whole bunch of extra money and everything. I'm not going to be able to pull a bunch of money out of my ass.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
And with less than 1% of the world's population controlling over 99% of the world's wealth, my chances of success at trying to gain a whole bunch of money are slim to none. Nobody wants to see my old bald fat self in the nude, so, you know, stripping down there at Chippendales is not going to really be one of my side gigs. You know, I am entirely unwilling to do drugs, or rather, to sell drugs for money, or make drugs and sell them for money. Breaking the law is just not conducive to my future as a possible doctor. It's not something I want to gamble my future upon. So, with all that being said and done, you know, making more money is not really the answer, but lowering my bills down to the point where they are far and above more manageable just might be the answer. That's what they did at Dancing Rabbit Eco Village to live and exist the way that they do. That's what I did whenever I moved to South Korea. That's what my smarter friends did whenever they retired to the Philippines. They greatly reduced the cost of living. So how do you do that in America, in a fully developed nation, blah, blah, blah? How the hell do you reduce the cost of living so much that you are able to make essentially no money in college stretch? Well, you can do this. So, there's no rent. Once you buy, build, or otherwise, you know, gain access to a home, once you buy or build or whatever a home, you don't have any rent or mortgage anymore. You have gotten rid of that bill. It's not coming back. You already know this. If you sell, oh good, you know, your standard standing rifle. Very cool. Once, if you have a house and you're paying a mortgage, if you pay off your mortgage, that mortgage payment goes away. It never comes back. So you know that part of the story. You know that part of the equation. You also know that applies to stuff like whenever you're making car payments. My car's paid off. In 2015-ish, I purchased probably late 2015, more than likely early 2016. I went ahead and I purchased a 2011 Kia Soul from a used car dealership. Me and the ex-wife co-signed on it. And then, after the divorce, well, actually during the divorce, sometime in 2017, I went ahead and I paid it all off. Very, very, very early. That kind of sucks. You and Ark might have more stopping power. Let me hit the save point first. Because you remember what happened earlier in the free run mode whenever we got caught in Chicago Calais or wherever the hell we were. And whenever we restarted all the way back at the
Did you see that, boss?
Mountain base.
That giant weapon system that disappeared into the cave? I've heard it was the Kremlin's biggest secret. But I think that doctor has been working on it. And the man with the skull for a face. It's been on my mind since you encountered the skulls during the Honeybee mission. It's really him. Boss, he's replacement commander of Cypher Strike Force XOF. And probably the master.
Yep.
The attack 9 years ago. I thought
Correct.
Zero parted ways. I'll look into it. You just focus on the mission.
The magazine for this gun is smaller than the magazine for the previous rifle that I was using. That's a little bit of a pain. Okay. So their comms are still down from the last time I was here, and their electricity is still down from the last time I was here. So, okay. You know that whenever you pay off your car, then your car payment goes away, and it never comes back. It never comes back to haunt you. It goes away permanently, and it stays away. It's very nice like that. So, same thing with your home, right? With your home, if you pay off your home, if you pay off your mortgage, that bill goes away, and it never, ever comes back ever again. It's very, very nice. American home, $800 USD home in 10 hours. That's all that it costs. That was the total cost of all materials and construction and everything. Less than $800 American. Upon completion of that construction, there's nothing additional. There's nothing else. There's no hidden fees or anything. The house is built. There was no mortgage in the first place. It's paid off. So, if he or anybody else lives in that 200 square foot home, they do so for free. There is no rent. There was never any mortgage. You paid, and it was over. That's it. So, could you do the same thing here in America? Yes, that is exactly what they do at the Dancing Gravity Eco Village. It's exactly what they did at the Dancing Gravity Eco Village to gain all of the different benefits that they currently enjoy and have always enjoyed for the length of the existence of Dancing Gravity Eco Village. This is the place that has the this thing. It's one of the mission tasks. The more mission tasks that you complete, the better your chance at an S rank. The better your chance at an S rank, the better your chance at a high payout. Better your chance at a high payout, better your chance of making a positive payout. Trust me, later on in the game, you will sometimes not just go on missions for free, but you will go on missions and owe money. I know, it sounds buck wild, because it is.
Leave the rest to us.
But your equipment to go on the mission will be so expensive that you will eventually run a deficit. And also, on top of everything else, a S rank will certainly increase the heroism points that you receive at the end of the mission, making it so more people volunteer to come become part of Diamond Dogs. And we don't have to painstakingly come over to each and every individual soldier and pull them out of here so that they can come join Diamond Dogs.
extract him.
Tough shot. Bastard moved. Have I activated reflex yet? I haven't been paying attention, did I?
Where are the others?
I don't remember doing so.
He's coming too.
Damn it,
Roger
T-Dog.
that.
Ocelot is sitting there in Mother Base, giggling his ass off. I'm gonna train the dog to get directly into his path of fire. I'm gonna train this dog so that it gets shot very, very often. It's gonna be hilarious. Snake's gonna be so pissed. Thank you, Ocelot.
Subject on
You
board.
have always been the rascal that this series has made you out to be.
Spit it out. Where are the others?
You gotta extract him.
Here we go.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Damn. Pretty sure he's wearing a helmet. Fucking lucky shot.
Spit it out. Where are the others?
He is wearing a helmet. Lucky shot.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
It's gonna be tough. Try to get a tactical takedown. Something like it. I did not expect him to suddenly fucking turn around like that. So that was a bit of a pain in the ass.
102, что случилось? Ответьте, 102. У нас проблема. Тревога по всем постам.
Spit it out.
It's something. Damn, son. Took him down without even triggering reflex, boys. Shit. Been going good, boys. We're going good. So, okay.
He's coming too. Roger
The whole
that.
rent thing, the whole mortgage thing, entirely optional.
Weapon system. Same model as the one in the cave? Looks like they're about ready to start deploying it.
ЛКП, понял. Будьте наготове. Конец связи.
So if you, much like John Jandai, can put together some sort of, just like the Townsends did, they did,
You gotta extract him.
yeah, they did a log cabin off of the land that they own as a collective.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
So they had trees on the land that they owned as a collective. They chopped down those trees. They made it into a log cabin. In between the logs, they put chinking and daubing, whatever fits, and then they fashioned from their own.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Their own dirt and sand. Got a creek down there, and they gathered some creek sand, and straw, so whatever they had lying around. They did chinking and daubing, so that part was also free. Oh.
You gotta extract him.
Then, once the walls got to the proper size, the size that they wanted their walls to be, the next layer of logs came in a little bit closer to the center, and then a little bit closer, until they had a gabled roof that looks like a upside down V, you know what I mean? Then they went ahead and they buried the roof in bark, and that was it. That was all that they needed. So, if Townsends can do something like that, and they've never done it before, and they're a bunch of volunteers, and John Jandai can do that, and make a house out of mud bricks, and 100% of your ancestors can do that, bar none, without a singular exception.
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
Whenever 100% of your ancestors were successfully capable of creating some form of shelter,
Where are your friends?
You gotta extract him.
I don't think his pals over there are even worried. I don't think they can hear him shouting and panicking and running around in circles. Fucking madman.
Where are the others?
Alrighty. Is there a backside to this place? No.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Alrighty.
Where are your friends?
He's gonna get shot down. Nope. He's gonna try to get over there and see what's all yelling about.
He's coming too. Roger that.
These are confusing times, huh, bud? So if 100% of our ancestors were successfully able to build some sort of shelter that they not only built without a lot of times being architects, engineers, construction workers, carpenters, blah, 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 plumbers, electricians, but they were successfully able to build a home, and not just any home, but a home that they built in it, that they housed an entire family inside. If that was the sequence of events that did occur in order for you and I and everybody that we know and love to exist, if that was indeed the sequence of events that occurred, and then they raised a child to adulthood within this structure that they were capable of building despite their lack of knowledge and information and books on how to do it and YouTube videos on how to do it, and you know, also access to the World Wide Web and blah 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 blah, all of the things that we have now today to help us out that they certainly did not have. If that is indeed the sequence of events that has occurred for us to live and exist the way that we do today, damn, son. Where's the last dude?
Speak. Where are your friends?
So I've been taking over this fucking outpost. Where's the last dude?
Where are your friends?
You gotta extract him.
Zoya 7? Where are you? Where are you, Zoya 7? Okay, we've got the suspicious music. That means it was close enough to hear those gunshots. However, where is he? So, okie dokie, 100% of our ancestors were able to put together some sort of shelter that not only did not fall on their head, killing their entire family and themselves, but also they were able to successfully raise a child to adulthood. And we know this occurred because we continue to live and exist today, and shelter is one of the human beings' basic needs. Then it stands to reason that we can also do the same thing. We can build some sort of shelter that will allow us to live and exist in much a similar fashion to the way that they were able to do so. So, getting a house, good credit rating, blah 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 blah, that's one thing. But what about building a house out of mud bricks on land that has no building codes? Is that doable? Yeah, that's a hell of a lot more doable than all this, you know, gobbledygook about the credit ratings and the getting money and the blah blah blah. All of that shit is very complicated. And the famous words of John Jandai, life is easy, why do we have to make it so complicated? The answer is we do not. Son of a bitch. Fucking got him. Got him, boys. Hell yeah.
Where are your friends?
Did I check out every single little emplacement? I did, didn't I? That means that we're not going to be able to do the strategy that we did last time whenever we went up against Sahelanthropus. So, I'm looking forward to it. Are you? Ah! Look at that. See? He fucking slides back into place. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sending a chopper close by. Get to the LZ with Emmerich.
Hang on a second. Let's use the walker gear I developed to escape. There's a special one here at the lab. Only I can activate it, and I'll tell you how to operate it.
Ignore Emmerich. We don't need his wind-up toys. It is a long way there. Why don't you use that walker gear of his? No way. We can't trust him. How do we know his crap will even work? Well, it's better than carrying the man the whole way. Boss, use the walker gear to escape. It's your call, boss.
Boss, did you try to fire me mid-sentence?
I was developing a bipedal weapon for the Soviet Union. It hasn't been deployed. I was doing mobility tests. Once the walker gear is finished, they'll have a huge advantage in close combat. Once they have my masterpiece under the invention, this war will be over. The Soviets will win.
He was developing bipedal weapons for the Soviets. If that's the case, what's Cypher's interest in it? Boss, think back. 9 years ago,
Whenever he says my masterpiece, he's talking about Sahelanthropus.
They turned out to be Cypher's strike force. It was Emmerich who brought them there. He's been underground ever since, working with Cypher.
I had no idea. I thought the inspection was real. I swear it. If anyone's to blame, it's you, Snake. We should never have had that. That's the reason Mother Base was destroyed.
It's all your fault, Snake. Oh shit. We've got the same, I left up the same, thing that I used last time. Do it again. Fuck it.
Forced to do whatever they said.
They made him start an OnlyFans.
Will you? I can't breathe. You came to save me, right? I'm dying in this thing, Snake.
Calm down, big buddy. I think that's a tad bit of an exaggeration. Help me, Sandy.
After 9 years, you finally came.
This is Pequod.
I thought
On
you were on the
station at
same
LZ.
team. All for one and one for all. Nothing's changed, right?
Doctor, you're as useless as I thought. This is the real Sahelanthropus. The report on his handsome ruined everyone. The most vulgar display that both of the opportunity.
Get out of there, boss. Emmerich's extraction comes first. Head for the LZ.
Last time I tried this, they had fucking mines in the way. Oh, it'll be good. I'm not rubbing on my leg, I'll be like me. Can't fool me, little kitty cat. Got him in the exact perfect position where I could just wail on him and he can't get me. It's so strange. Keep taking advantage of it. No real reason not to. Whee! Not that high, eh, boys? So, wait up. Might not be able to find a home and have a good credit rating and blah blah blah, and be able to pay off a mortgage and blah 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 blah. But we might be able to go ahead and, you know, little log cabin. That might be something we might be able to do. And if we do that, then our rent and our mortgage goes away. That bill just disappears. Fuck lowering that bill as low as it does, we can get rid of it. So, okay, what about our electric bill? Well, as long as we remain low income and under a certain income threshold, then we can continue to be low enough income that the government will continue to pay our electric bill. It's called the Low Income Heating and Energy Assistance Program. So we can take advantage of that, but are we really going to sit here and try to be poor for the foreseeable future? No, of course not. It's a silly plan. So instead of doing that, how about solar panels? Even if all we do is every single time that every time that I go down to the plasma donation place, I either get $65 or I get $50. And every few months I get a bonus $10. So with that being said, that being said, every week or so, not week, but every month or so, I can probably head down to Harbor Freight and get myself a nice $100 solar panel. And upon doing so, I can I can eventually buy enough solar panels to route them together and get rid of my power bill for good. Whether or not, you know, low-income heating energy assistance program exists. Does that sound like a good plan? Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Are there plenty of people who've done exactly that? Yes. Have they done that down at San Gabriel Village? Yes. So can we replicate their results here at home without having to join them? Yes. What about all the other buildings? Well, you can, in fact, start a victory garden, which is something that they did in World War II. They started without, remember that the United States of America could not meet its recruiting goals for World War II until they got rid of the requirement that the military recruit had to know how to read. So, in World War II, people were able to set up victory gardens without garden books, without the internet, without the ability to figure out how to garden and everything, and even sometimes without the ability to read. So, with that being said, they were still capable of, in some cases, they were capable of growing 100% of everything that they required to feed their families. Indeed, everything that they required to feed not just their families and themselves, but other families as well. John Van Dyke talked about how, in one of his YouTube videos, he talked about how whenever he got started out, he didn't own any land at all. He asked his mom if he could borrow some of her land, and she let him borrow some of her land. And he said that, it says supply drop complete, and I was like, no, it's not. No, the order was fulfilled. The delivery driver had not yet even left his UPS truck. John Van Dyke got his start borrowing, he switched between meters and feet while he's doing his explanation. So I think it's 200 square meters of land that he borrowed from his mother's land, and he began growing some crops and whatnot. And soon enough, he had enough to feed himself, and he didn't have to rely on family help anymore. And soon enough, he was able to start feeding, you know, his whole family, and soon enough they had enough left over to not just feed his whole family, but start taking the extra to the market and start selling it. And that's how he got his start. And it was all very difficult because he had just returned from failing at university. He tried to go to college. And everything, life in the city was too hard for him. And so now he teaches people how to make life a lot simpler. And he had his TED Talk and everything. So, we can eventually quit relying on food stamps and start a victory garden like our ancestors did during World War II. Figure out a way to feed ourselves if we're hunting and fishing and living off the land. And sure, we don't have to in exclusivity. Like, just because I can live off the land does not mean that I cannot occasionally, you know, take a little bit of extra plasma donation money or something and go get me a bag of Doritos. You know? Like I said, I have to sacrifice nothing, but I gain everything. Same as the Dancing Rabbit Eco Village people. So, rent, mortgage, gone. All because I'm building my own cabin. The land, it's like $1,000 if I can find land without any building codes. It's the county that my family's farm is on, doesn't have any building codes. But, you know, like, what about everybody else? Or what about land with no building codes and is outside of the town limits? That can be a little bit more difficult to find. I promise you, we will eventually go down. Even with small arms fire. Hard to believe, I know, but we will. Land is $1,000, but it's a one-time fee. What about, okay, the land is $1,000. What about property taxes? Property taxes around here are about $16 a year. Property taxes are increased by a number of different things. For example, it might be increased if your land is reserved agricultural. So if it is zoned agricultural, then it's going to be significantly more expensive. But if it's not zoned agricultural, then you can still grow crops on it, just like the old-fashioned victory gardens in World War II. Hell, even that YouTube channel, How to Make Everything, that guy managed to grow himself an entire salad in the closet of his apartment. So $16 a year of property taxes is something that I'm pretty sure that I can crown check somehow. $16 a year. Okay, so what about water? Well, on the property in which I currently reside, the water comes from a well. So if I dig a well, which is also something that the Townsends did, then everything's going to be hunky-dory. I also have a DIY Berkey-style water filter, which is a ceramic water filter. They are available from Amazon for like $16 or some shit like that. And it's very neat. The pores inside the ceramic are so small that not even germs can get through it. Isn't that fascinating? That's it.
Now that's some lateral thinking.
Fucking told you. Thought I was wrecking your chain. It will eventually go down, even with small arms fire, and that's it. I saw somebody take down the actual Sahelanthropus boss fight in mission number 30 or 31. And he did it with only the helicopter fire. That was it. No intervention on his part at all. Never hit it even once. Real neato.
Alright, the chopper's touching down. Don't waste any time getting on board. And don't forget Emmerich.
Oh, rent mortgage gone.
Nice work. Heading altitude. Here it comes. Use the chopper's miniguns. Shake them off.
You see his like half closed eyelids? Did you see that on Snake? Like it almost looked like he was bored. That's fucking incredible. I just shot a gigantic machine.
Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories about this one, boss.
Fucking ass rank, boys. I can't stop. I cannot stop the rock. Yeah. At the end of that whole thing, he says that Sahelanthropus all by himself is not enough to cause an RMA. And I can't remember what the hell that stands for, but essentially an RMA is a redo of a country's entire military, political, governmental structure. It's a theoretical thing that has never really happened in real life, but theoretically can happen. So it's fucking incredible that there's even an acronym for it. And even more incredible that Snake would just be like, RMA? Yeah, I know what RMA means. I had to look that up years later. I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about, by the way? Anyway. gotta take a shower first. And then I'll let you see the end of Pitch Dark, and then I'm gonna fucking go to bed. I gotta get up early, and I gotta go. There's a food pantry that comes by John Cochran VA Medical Center in St. Louis, Missouri. And they sometimes give you some good stuff. President Biden took away like $100 extra that he was giving everybody every month for food stamps. Ever since then, I've been struggling. It's like the base ingredients of everything that I eat are relatively cheap, right? It's just, you know, some you got to eat. The base ingredients are cabbage and iceberg lettuce and carrots, and that's it. And that makes up the bulk of it. But then you've got the goods. You've got the spice mix. So that's your garlic. That's your onion. That's your and even they are not that expensive. So you got your garlic, your onion. You got your green onion, and even that's not that expensive. I want the kids to be asleep whenever I go on pitch black, because they make you deploy right away. They don't give you an option of day or night. Can't believe you can land in all this mist. It's like, yes, go bring the LZ. So those three ingredients, that goes in both the beef and bop and the samchugatari. Then those are like the solid ingredients that need to be like cut up and treated in some special way. Then you've got your dry ingredients, the sesame seeds. Never enough sesame seeds. I have stopped buying the toasted sesame seeds because they are that much more expensive. So I just like go with baseline sesame seeds. It's just fucking 4 tablespoons of sesame seeds per day. And 1 tablespoon of sugar, but I used sugar substitutes, so I used erythritol. I could use xylitol, but xylitol is a laxative. Or at least it functions as a laxative. So I use erythritol. And it's just 1 tablespoon or 2 tablespoons per day. But erythritol is insanely expensive. And then there's a little bit of red pepper flakes. And it's just regular red pepper flakes. It's not even like Korean red pepper flakes. And that's your dry ingredients. But then like the wet ingredients gets really expensive. You got your sesame oil. I even stopped buying toasted sesame oil. Fuck me. Sesame oil, that's fairly expensive. It's 2 tablespoons of everything from here on out.
The oil runs to the
sesame
pipeline
oil
from that facility. Taking it out should end the leak. The client this time is an
your oyster sauce. Always running out of oyster sauce. Now, Mangchi, the recipe, I got that recipe from Mangchi on YouTube. M-A-A-N-C-H-I maybe? No, M-A-A-N-G-C-H-I, I think. Mangchi. Could be wrong about that. But she's the one that gave me the recipe on YouTube. Is oyster sauce. Then you got your soy sauce. I use reduced sodium soy sauce. I was using coconut aminos, but my god, coconut aminos are the most expensive fucking things in the damn universe. There's nothing more expensive than fucking coconut aminos.
The village is currently occupied by United. The war industry we started has taken a pretty crooked course these past 9 years. But no other options. Soldiers have become dogs.
And then the only real difference is that for the bibimbap, I cut up a cucumber in there. And for the Songchu Gapchari, I put 2 things of apple cider vinegar that comes in this gigantic tub. So that's it. That's the whole fucking thing. But that oil, the fucking sesame oil, the fucking... all this fucking nonsense. I don't know. Little fucker triggered my reflex. Ah, shit, that's right. I'm back in Africa. I no longer, I do not have an interpreter.
We'll look into it here, but for now, we'll just have to make do without one.
Which ones are kids and which ones are fully grown adult?
Subject on board.
Let's figure this out right quick. I can stick one of the kids in the crapper over here. And then at least that kid won't wake up.
You gotta extract him.
Hell yeah. Ah, shit. Just stuck him in the crapper. He's gonna wake up sooner than his buddy. Now I gotta swap out the crapper kid. Fucking babysitting, dude. Oh, I fucking signed up for. That is called a squat toilet, and they have them in Korea as well. It's relatively rare nowadays in Korea because the international audience are more used to a normal throne style toilet, is the way that they refer to it as. That is the style of toilet that we have here in America on average. That's what they call it, a throne style toilet.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
See if I can get that 4-wheel drive. That's what they call it, BT dubs. They call it a 4-wheel drive. It's a Jeep. Damn.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Please tell me the kids are still asleep. They are. Thank goodness.
You gotta extract him.
Holy shit. That's it, man. Alright. Get the car for the kids and the kids in the car. We're gonna be able to do this. Can do this. No! Children! Fucking got them, boys. Alright. Get these kids safely out of here. Back to Mother Base. Put them to work doing esports. Mine gold for World of Warcraft. Hell yeah, boys. That's the way you fucking do it. It's 1984. Inside this game is 1984, so it's only slightly before they'd be able to mine for gold in World of Warcraft. Like a couple days at least. So anyway. So with the you done in there? Okay. I'll check. You know, I don't want to barge in on the kid if he's not done in the bathroom. So, with the, construction of any given thing that you've managed to be able to live in and exist, I mean, hey, if you're comfortable living in a tent, then fucking get you a tent. And whatever land that you found that doesn't have any building codes on it, just fuck it. It's your land. Do whatever the fuck you want, man. It's your party. You can try if you want to. So,
Arriving shortly at LZ. This is Pequod. On station at LZ.
no, 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 no. There we go.
Are you giving up?
Fucking pushed the wrong button. So you build any sort of structure that you manage to live in. and your rent and mortgage is gone, so long as the initial land is paid for, less than $1,000 per parcel. So, okie dokie, that much is out of the way. What's next? Solar panels. Buy a bunch of solar panels. Eventually, you'll have enough solar panels to completely offset the cost of your electricity wholesale, and that'll be about the full extent of it. I have priced out that nonsense at about $700. It's about, I used to, at some point in time I did the back of the envelope calculation that stated that if you buy solar cells themselves and then put them together, you know, grab the solar cells, glue them to the back of a thing, and then I'll fucking go too fast. Some of these kids fucking flying.
South African natural resources. Saner drills oil wells wherever they can
So,
throughout that region. When the oil dries up, they abandon the facility.
gluing them to the back of the thing, and then at the end of that whole process, going ahead and
On station at LZ.
what happened? You see all my indicators disappear for a second there? You see that shit? That's wild. I don't know what the fuck that was. Suddenly lost. Okay. Alright then. At some point in time I gotta get to the, yeah. I get to the road, and then from the road I can get to the burnt village, and the burnt village I can perhaps, you know, I'll do some more mission tasks, raise my chance of getting the nest ring, and all the benefits therein. So, damn, son. Burnt down village. There's a labbit-faced vulture in the burnt down village. One of the mission tasks.
That used to be a settlement. Now it's burned to the ground.
9 out of 10 chance. Pray for me. Cross your fingers. I don't know if that was there or not. I don't know if that succeeded or not. Figure out when we hit this load of this checkpoint.
There it is. The oil facility.
Channel 3.
Stop the leak.
Water and oil.
Shut down the oil transfer pump and
Bingo, bingo,
destroy the
bongo.
oily water separator tank. The details are on your iDroid.
Oh, now. Got something on, but it wasn't a helmet, I don't think. Oh, now. Jeez. So I priced out, at some point in time I priced out that if I buy the solar panels themselves, damn it, I keep fucking trying to interrogate these people.
In that area. If you're going to get any information from interrogations, you'll need an interpreter.
Damn, son. Damn it. You're trying to interrogate everybody.
Subject on board.
So if I buy the solar panels or solar cells themselves, solder them together, glue them to the back of a thing, and bloody.
He's coming too.
I had it priced out that that process would cost about 5 times more than the electricity that I was currently using. So if I was using $100 a month of electricity, then the assumption was that with $500 worth of solar cells, putting them together into solar panels, I should be able to That's a helmet. Guys put a helmet on. What a pain in the ass. Someone's coming up to talk to the manager in person here. Yeah. Fucking looking at me with them big old eyes. Fucking freaking me out. You too, motherfucker. I'm at. I'm going to interrogate everybody. It's a reflex. Well, we played 16 fucking trillion hours of this game. Got muscle memory now. It's fucking doing the I just got attacked radio call. Now normally they only do that radio call whenever you knock them out using CQC or punching them or whatever, and then like then they wake up and then they make that radio call. They're like, I've 100% definitely got attacked.
Too. Roger that.
Oh yeah. In Ground Zeroes, that was not a good form of transportation. But here in the Phantom Pain it is.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. He's coming too. Roger that.
Alrighty. So.
You gotta extract him.
That was close. The remaining guys are stuck down there.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. He's coming too. Roger that.
Yep, he heard that. So I hope he'll come and investigate. So that was the previous thing. A long time ago, back whenever I was first looking into all this shit, in 2012, I went ahead and I ordered a course, which had the primary task of attempting to show me how to make my own solar panels. So later on, I did it about back at the envelope calculation. Way later, years later, where I came up with that figure that the cheapest way to do the solar panel stuff is to go ahead and buy the solar cells individually, put them together themselves the way that I'd been taught via this program that I'd ordered way back when, and then at the conclusion of all of that nonsense, by the way, this plant or whatever has its own separate power system there.
He's coming too. Roger that.
I'll probably take that out during the night. I do one before the other. We got a plan. Got a master plan. Tried this out last time, last recording that didn't really fucking, or last broadcast that really didn't fucking broadcast correctly.
There's the transfer. Bodies. Why? Oil transfer pump shutoff confirmed. Next, destroy the oily water separator tank. That'll ensure they can never use the facility again.
Alrighty. So my estimate was that since I use up about $100 worth of
Destroy that separator tank. Alright, you planted the C4.
since I use up about $100 worth of electricity every month. Via my calculations, about $500 in solar cells could be turned into enough solar panels to get rid of my my power bill for good. That was the back of the envelope calculation that I had at the time. However, afterwards I fucking lost that envelope. So whatever envelope I use, I fucking lost that envelope. So now I've got it at a 1:7 ratio with the panels themselves. For some reason now the panels are more cheap than the individual solar cells turned into panels. So now I don't know what the fuck to think. But I looked it up one day, and about $700 worth of solar panels would do the same thing, 1:7 ratio.
You destroy the separator tank.
Whatever's your
Objectives complete. Though security will be tighter after that explosion.
whatever's your power
Get out
bill,
of there ASAP.
times it by 7, and then that amount of money can get rid of your power bill for good. I tried this last time, and it's another way of getting the hell out of here. There's two mission tasks. One mission task is to gather all of the walker gears that surround the oil field.
Mission complete. That
And the
right
other
there
mission
is why
task
you're the best,
is
boss.
to
The one and only.
get out of there before the place gets surrounded.
Boss, we took another look into Sanger, the owner of the oil field. They were behind what happened. They hired the PF, not United. They restarted the facility all the while pretending they were the victims. One other thing. Sanger's Johannesburg head office is just a room in a multi-tenant building. Company's essentially non-existent. 3 years ago, that investment fund stepped in and started gutting it through a series of mergers and sell-offs. And get this, the fund itself no longer exists either. It's a shell corporation, meaning someone is just using Sanger's name from the shadows. But what about those strange corpses? Just what the hell were they doing over there?
Hey, Fox. First time I got Fox, I guess. So I figured that out about the solar panels. So that's rent, that's solar panels. the land. I guess I'll just fucking return to ACC. So I guess there goes that. My cousin got me a little miniature greenhouse, and I feel bad because I still haven't figured out how to use it yet. But it's on the to-do list. Definitely to take, you know, all of my different, you know, gobbledygook. To take everything that, I eat involving vegetables and stuff and trying to figure out how I could possibly grow them myself. That would be really, really nice. Plus, I'd have like a living thing so that it would never go bad. As long as I, you know, continue to like water it or whatever, and theoretically it should be fucking good to go, right? Hopefully. You used to buy them shits from the store. You'd like buy like a basil or something like that, and you like keep it in a vase and keep watering it, a vase, and keep watering the damn thing until you're ready to use it for a recipe and snip a little bit of off it. It never goes bad. Just keep it in some water. Damn thing never goes bad. It's pretty cool. Man, good thing I fucking pull up the old Pip Boy while I'm up in the air traveling from A to B. Boy howdy, that fucking worked like gangbusters. Damn, son. As for the well, I mean, I watched the video on it, on how to do it, and also I've watched plenty of rainwater collection videos for the areas that allow that. Shallow well, coyote wells, watched lots of videos on, you know, how to secure water one way or another. No. No, fucking tell me what to do. All of you. You go to sleep. You go to sleep. You go to sleep. You know what, just for the fuck of it, you go to sleep. I'm Big Boss. You're probably like Bastard Ochre or something stupid. That's the hell your name is. Fucker, tell me what to do. So that's food, that's water, that's rent, mortgage, electricity. What about sewage? Well, you can dig your own septic, throw a septic down there, use something unusual for a septic. I've seen people use a 550-gallon tote as septic before. That's pretty gnarly, but you know, you do you. It's awesome. Or you can just do like I'm doing and use a composting toilet. Dump it out in a compost pile, it becomes compost, and you can sell it if you want to. Or you can just use it in your garden. Use your poop to grow food. People get real antsy about that kind of shit, but honestly, there's fucking nothing wrong with it. Like, there's definitely something wrong with it. And then you say, like, well, where are you getting that information? And they come up empty-handed. Whatever. There's water, sewage. So after all that, what bills are left? What are the remaining bills? Well, you've got property tax, that's $16 a year. You've got auto insurance, which you can get for really, really cheap from OTTO.com. They're an aggregator of different auto insurance websites here in America. They're here in the great United States of America. Our auto insurance is a mandatory thing and we have to have it. But with auto insurance rates as low as $30 a month or $1 a day, I'm pretty sure I can afford that. So that's the way that you meet, and if you go ahead and add all of that up right quick, you'll go ahead and you'll figure out that not only does that auto insurance add up to something that is not $3,000, those bills that I mentioned, that does not add up to $3,000 a year like the Dancing Rabbit Eco Village people. So what does it add up to? Well, and internet, which is $16 a month through PCs for People if you make less than 2 times the poverty line. Or you can sign up with them if you are poor enough. You can go ahead and get that shit paid for by the United States government with the ACP program, the Affordable Connectivity Program, which is what I got through PCs for People. Either way, if you make less than 2 times the poverty line, you can get internet for $16 a month with PCs for People. Through a hotspot, it's not the fastest, it's not the slowest. Probably can't stream with it, but it all depends on where you are and how great the connection speed is. Blah, blah, blah. So that is $16 per year, so about $1.25 a month. Does that sound right to you? $1 a day for insurance, so $30 a month. So about $31 total, and then an extra $16. Call it $45. Let's call it $50 a month just for safety's sake. Hell, let's call it $60 a month just for safety's sake. That'd be $720 a year. So, can you replicate the results of Dancing Rabbit Eco Village right here at home without joining them in all of their glory? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. And you can even exceed their results. You can get better results than what they're getting. Either way, the particular land that I was looking at got fucking sold on me the other day, and I got all pissed off. And I can start looking for more land, but it's kind of a fucking moot point. Apparently the land sale is in September, so my class in the fall starts in August, and then in September they'll be having another land tax sale, and they'll publish the results after the land tax sale, and they'll publish the newest list of properties right before the tax sale. So it's like, why even fucking look up the tax sale, you know what I mean? It's like, why start plotting a land, a seizure of a land tax sale whenever they're going to have a brand new fucking list of gobbledygook to look through a month after my classes start. I won't be able to get my student loan refund until sometime in December or sometime in September anyways. It's like I might as well wait until after the damn after the land tax sale in-person auction is already said and done with. That way, if I could do something with it. Anyways, I'll cut it off here. I gotta be up in St. Louis at 9 in the morning. John Cochran VA Medical Center, St. Louis, Missouri. So I can catch that food pantry. Hopefully it can help shave a little bit off of my food once. So I could eat stuff that's cheaper than Beep and Bop and some got cherry. But I don't wanna. I'm trying to be healthy so I can keep donating plasma, man. I'm fucking tap dancing as fast as I can here, man. Anyway, I'll let you go. Next time we can do a lot of shit. But for now, parting is such sweet sorrow. Talk to you next time.